What's happening, everybody? Rhino, nice to see you. Miranda's already
What's
in
up?
here. She beat
I
half the
am.
guys in here.
Sorry about not answering sooner today. Like I said, I just don't check my messages that much on Twitter. But yes, I am here.
I weirdly had good faith that you would be here regardless.
I do write down my schedule like 30 minutes a day. I had you covered.
Yeah, you strike me as the type of person who sets an appointment, gets there, and, even if you're there on time, you made it there. I don't know. I had no doubt. Honest to God, I had no doubt.
Good deal.
All right, so
Well, it
we're
seems like
gonna.
women don't ever forget anything, Miranda. So we knew you were good.
Good deal.
Okay, so I got my co-host Andrew here for the night, and we're gonna hop right into it. Some people will join, but this will get replayed and go on our YouTube. And we cut a deal for 25 minutes, so it's important to me. I try to stick to that. For everybody
Real
that's
quick, just wanted to say what's up. Good evening to everyone. Miranda, I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for showing up again. It's great to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. I appreciate the generosity of your guys' podcast too.
we love having you. So all right. So before we jump into talking about the fight, because I really, really want to talk about the fight, I want to first say, for everybody that's listening, tuning in, and replaying, we're starting. I've been trying to start this new segment, 25 for 25. I'm not a rich guy, father of five, but $25 to charity for 25-minute interviews with MMA fighters. Miranda is a returning guest, but our first 25 for 25. Her charity was Tap Cancer Out. It's a pretty awesome charity. I have some links to it on some posts on our page that are pretty easily found. It might not sound like much, but if I could hit 40 of them in a year, that's $1,000 to charity, not to the sports books or to whatever else I would waste it on. So with all that said, welcome back, Miranda. I'm glad to have you. Before we jump into the fight, two things I got to hit you on. So last time you were in the space, we talked about Macy the Bandit Barber getting a robbery from you. And I don't know if you've seen her last fight or not. And I don't know if you have any feelings about that. But this woman is like the Jesse James of decisions. I don't know what else to say.
Joe, you didn't see her comment, bro?
Yeah, I posted all over. It kind of went viral.
No,
It was funny.
I did, and I may have and forgot, but like it's ridiculous. I thought of you
Yes, so
instantaneous, Miranda. I was like, oh, again.
yep. So I watched it. I posted basically something that called out Andrea Lee, and I was like, "Hey, girl, sorry this happened to you too. I thought you won. Great to see another one go to Macy the Robber Barber," and literally put that on my feed. I got a lot of shit for blaming it on the fighter and not the judges, but I do blame it on the judges. But Macy doesn't handle herself with class. She doesn't take ownership in the slightest for any of these things, and she's not accepted a rematch with me in the past, and I doubt she's going to willingly do so in the future. But I plan on calling her out right after my next fight. Not overlooking my next one, but I am very confident that I'll win, get done with that, and I'll be calling her out on the mic after my fight.
Oh, I love to hear that. I love to hear it. She's not taking it though. I want to be clear. She's not taking it.
Oh, probably not. She's had a chance to in the past, and she already refuted it.
So the other thing that you predicted is that for no evident reason you would drop back out of the top 15, and of course, for no evident reason you were in the top 15, and now you're not. So you seem to be pretty savvy about what's going on over there in the UFC.
It's all politics. It's all politics. And there's some reasons that some girls are in the top 15 and not others. Of course, there's some credibility to the rankings, but I definitely don't hold much water with it.
Yeah, I don't either. It's a close gauge, is what I try to make a policy of thinking. I did see. I'm gonna jump into questions about your fight, but I did see that your sister went the distance with the champ over at Peak Fighting. Losses happen, still
Yeah,
bounce back.
Yeah, I felt a little rough for her. She lost a decision. I think it was a fairly close decision. One, she was in Texas with the hometown girl, but two, she just was kind of deer in headlights during that fight. She's young, she's got a lot to learn, and honestly, that was probably the best learning experience for her. It was the first fight she's been in, and when I say that, that was her fourth fight. However, that was the first fight she didn't go in there and just demolish the girl in like the first round, or she had one round or one fight that went the distance previously, but she dominated every single round. So good experience for her, and what will determine how good she will be is how she comes back from this.
I agree, and yeah, at some point you got to bite down on your mouthpiece. So, you know,
Yep.
if that time came, that's a good thing for her. So okay, into the fight stuff. Last time we spoke, you didn't have a fight. It was pretty evident you weren't gonna get a top 15 fight. We had talked about everybody being booked up or having already avoided you. So on June 10th, UFC 289, almost UFC 290 that I'll be at, but that's okay. UFC 289 UFC's going back to Canada, which is your second time out of the US, right?
That's correct. My first one was my debut in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, I remembered you telling us that last time. So just how'd the fight come up? How did it happen? Did you get a call? Did you make a call? Did it go easy? How did it go? How did it happen?
Yeah, so I actually called out Jasmine on Twitter of all places right after she fought Gabrielle or Gabriella, however it is. Saw that she had performed very well, and I basically said, "Hey, you did great tonight. You look good. If you're willing to, when do you want to dance?" And I told her to call Mick, call her manager, get it done because she responded, "I'd love to follow my lead, with the dance." So we had a little banter going back and forth on Twitter. We messaged behind the scenes to kind of get it set up. She was really pushing for the Canada fight. The only reason I don't like it is because of the outrageous taxes that they take from you up there. Uh, but other than that, ready to go, ready to have another fight. It's not in the top 15, but I don't get paid different either way. And that's something that I don't know if people know that or they just don't care and want to only look at rankings, but I'm in this for money. At the end of the day, I'm in this to make it my career and my livelihood, not just to go in there and have fun. If I was doing something to just have fun, I would do jujitsu and not get punched in the face for a living.
I honestly love to hear you say that. I try to remind people all the time that it's prize fighting. Sometimes people get on me for comments I make about when fighters get a little on in their career, they should chase money fights like that. Like your time is limited. Like if you build a name value and later on you can chase money fights, like chase money fights. Like I don't know. So I'm glad to hear you say
Yeah,
that it's
I mean,
about
it's an entertainment
making a living.
industry. Yeah, it's an entertainment industry. It's nothing else. Like people want to be entertained. And we want to get paid to entertain the people. So that's really all that matters at the end of the day.
Hey, in all reality, in all the sports, we don't always just talk about the stats. We talk about the dough.
That's right.
So did the UFC just jump right on board? I mean, I did actually see the tweet where you called her out. I did see that one. If you go back, I'm sure I liked it somewhere.
Yeah.
But
So
was it just a quick call or a quick text and they were like, hell yeah, let's do it?
no, it was like a week and a half buildup. Her and I both shared graphics. We both posted about it. Now, I did the same thing with the Molly fight, and that never came to anything. But with Jasmine, it seemed like it was going to make sense. They had a lot of steamrolling behind her. She has a lot of nationalists behind her of the Canadians, and they wanted a Canadian card. So I knew that she wanted to come back soon since they were talking about an early summer fight up in Canada already, throwing that around. And I was like, hey, let's get it done. And she agreed. And we kept posting and kept posting. I contacted my management, told them to bug the matchmakers at the UFC. And eventually I got a call that said, hey, take it or don't. And I said, done, take it. Didn't even talk to my coaches first. We already knew if it was going to happen, it was going to happen.
Very nice that you just took it. So, oh, Andrew, go ahead, because I've been dominating. Go ahead, bud.
No, you're good. I was just going to ask Miranda. So I've realized that almost all fighters are confident going into a fight. but there's different levels of confidence. Sometimes you're going to get fights and you might be salivating because you're like, oh yeah, as long as I don't do anything dumb, this is going to be easy work tonight. And then you have other fights that are like, okay, this is going to be a challenge. I'm excited for this challenge because this is going to be a tougher matchup. How do you feel about this fight in those terms coming up?
I feel very high on the scale of confidence. I don't want to go all the way to cocky because I don't consider myself that way, but I do feel like I'm better in every area compared to Jasmine. She has the wall wrestling and wrestling background, but it's really not much of a pedigree. She's just been going against girls that don't have that much of a wrestling or grappling pedigree. So I think she has a lot of hype behind her, and it's not really going to add up to much in her fight against me, but it's a big opportunity for her. For me, I just see it as long as I don't get held against the cage, which I think is nearly impossible at this point with the way I've been training, I'm going to win this fight in any area. My striking, I 100% know, is better, faster, and way more powerful than hers. We saw that, the Gabriella fight pretty much opened up that gap, and the one versus, I think it was Natalia. I think that's her name, or something Silva, I think, that fought her a couple fights ago, showed some holes as well, just getting out volumed, out speed. And as far as the grappling, I think I'm much better on the ground than her, too. We haven't really seen her in any bad positions, and that's usually when people kind of break, and I want to be able to break her. I'm usually the bully in a fight. I bullied Macy when she was used to being the bully, and Jasmine's the same. She's used to coming forward, pressuring her opponents, and I'm ready to bully her, push her to the cage, put her on the ground, and beat her up.
I was watching that Natalia Silva fight last night, and she's not very strong, but she kind of manhandled her pretty easy in the grappling thing. And that was the first thing to my mind. I was like, there's no way she's got enough power to take on Maverick in the same way. So I think that is going to be a big help for you because she's not that strong. Because that Silva chick's smaller than you, or not much bigger. They're about the same size, but you're a lot stronger than she is. And she kind of made it look easy in the grappling exchanges.
Yeah, I agree. I actually think she is significantly smaller than me. I think she could be a fighter at 115 if she wanted to. But
Yeah,
yeah, I anticipate being the much stronger opponent as per usual.
without a doubt. I mean, that's definitely what you're known for and what
Yeah, so
anybody would analyze. Go ahead, Joe. My
I
bad.
think Rhino cut out. No, I didn't mean to cut you off. You could have went ahead, bud. I was just gonna. So I know Miranda doesn't. Yeah, listen. Fighters listen to other fighters' interviews. We may be lucky enough that Jasmine seeks out enough that she finds this interview. So I wouldn't ask too much. But what was camp wise like? You said you accept instantaneous. The next thought must have been what the camp would consist of. Like, what was just the first thought? Like, okay, I'm gonna do this camp for sure, or this is gonna be this type of camp. Like, when you were taking that in, what was the first thing you thought about camp when you thought about this fight?
So amusingly, the day I took the fight, I was like, finally, I can have a break. And by that, I mean, I had been working hard, waiting for a short notice fight for weeks on end, like probably 12 weeks, preparing for a fight that might come my way any day. And when I got the call and told it was June 10th, I was like, thank goodness. I'm taking a week. I'm taking 2 weeks just to lighten up training. I didn't spar for 2 weeks, let myself basically recover, let myself get a little bit more weight on than I usually would. That way I can have a peak time in this camp, start off a little lower intensity, peak around week 4, week 3, and then the last 2 weeks just focus on my weight cut and the last final touches cardio wise going into this fight. But yeah, sat down with my coaches. We watched the fights. I've watched her interviews. They don't really do that so much, just her fights and her techniques. And put together my fight camp, got my schedule together. My private lessons are usually the only things that really change as far as the material I'm learning. And it'll just be people more her size. I oftentimes fight girls a little bit taller than me, and she's no different. So we have a little bit leaner, taller girls. I've been going with a couple guys that have heavy grappling. I actually went with Tatsuro. He's a flyweight in the UFC today for the first time sparring, and he just beat me up in the grappling, and I plan on continuing to train with him and get my butt beat throughout this camp so that I can be prepared for worst case scenarios. She will not be able to throw me around like those guys can.
So given
Wow,
that
that's
you're
Go ahead, Andrew. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, so given that you're confident, striking with her, grappling with her, do you have a preference on where this fight goes? And by doing that, is there like a certain message you're trying to send to people?
Yeah, I've been trying to become a full martial artist since I got in the UFC to show everyone, initially it was, oh, she's only a striker, which was amusing because I came from Invicta only being called a grappler. But then I got out grappled by Erin. Everybody was like, oh, she only has striking. Then I came back and showed that I was fairly well rounded against Sabina. And then Shanna, I showed the wrestling background. This time I want to just put it all together. But if I could get a finish on the feet, I would be excited. I just don't have many of those, mainly because I kind of default back to my grappling base. And I think I could just overwhelm her on the feet if I try to. But my guess is it's going to be a TKO if I get what I want.
That's exciting. I would love to see the TKO come for you. Yeah, hey, I would love it. I'm with Rhino. I think for me, it's going to be a strength thing. Like, she can shoot takedowns in a fight if she wants. I know she's never shot 16. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but if you're not strong enough to do it, you'll just tire yourself out trying and trying and trying. And I could see in later round 2 or round 3 where if you're still fresh, that's going to be a big problem for her. So I
Well,
really
even
hope it
that,
goes that way for you.
even
Thank
if
you.
you add the home
With
field
that said,
advantage stuff, even if you add that home field advantage that she's trying to help herself with, you've been in the UFC too long to that really affect you. So that really, I think you're on a good pick of a fight just to get more views and try to get back into that, maybe getting a top 10 opponent after this. Or calling out Barber, but she ain't going to take you. She'd have too much risk into doing that because if she took you, loses. Now she's completely now looked upon as somebody who just got lucky on some scorecards, and now she's not going to get like a solid fight right now after that horrible win she didn't deserve. Why would she take a chance?
Right. No,
Sadly.
I don't disagree, but I'm going to try it anyway. It'll get
Oh,
media
heck yeah.
hyped up
Do
at
it. Do it.
least. And, yeah, as far as being in her hometown, home Canada, up there fighting, I'm excited to be there. I'm excited to be the quote unquote underdog as far as the crowd and everything. And, regardless, I'm going to get to fight in front of fans, a non-COVID crowd for the first time ever. And I'm very excited about that.
And you'll probably get to meet
so
GSP. So that's pretty cool.
I hope so.
so I was gonna ask about that. So do you anticipate being booed?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I don't see it possibly going any other way.
Okay, so in front of the live crowd, but like you're ready to embrace it. Like
Oh, yeah,
I
I
hope you
love it.
take the booze all the way to the locker room because they're pissed.
I love it.
Have you
Listen,
ever
I've
been
been an
booed before?
underdog. Oh yeah, many times. In Invicta, when I started, I was booed. But the most boos I've ever heard, the most disrespectful I've ever had a crowd, I had things thrown at me and stuff, was when I fought in Washington, D.C. for the only fight that I didn't fight for Invicta throughout my pro career before UFC. And it was for Shogun fights. The other girl was from D.C. She was talking a bunch of shit online and everything. And then I just beat her in the first round with actually my only knockdown ever with a punch at that point, and then choked her from there. But beat her in the first round, got a bunch of things thrown at me in the crowd, booed even after I won. But I did get a lot of money from a bunch of betting drunks in the crowd that I had to walk through, so that was fun.
Oh, that's absolutely awesome. Okay, so we're in our last 5 minutes with Miranda here, and we're going to hold true to our 25 for 25. If anybody had anything they wanted to ask her, you'd love to let all you guys get up here. Just throw your hand up or request the mic, and we'll try to get you on in these last couple minutes. Miranda, did you want to plug any of your stuff?
Yeah, absolutely. I have a bunch of new gear, guys, all the way from like new gloves, boxing gloves, to sweaters, to crop top hoodies and leggings for the men, for the women, all kinds of things. Check out fearthemaverick.net. You can also message me. I promise it's not a scam if I message you back and say you can just do Venmo or Cash App so you can avoid taxes.
Hell yeah.
Oh, that was awesome. She said, I promise it's not a scam if you message me back.
A
With
lot
that
of
said,
people
I don't
think it. A
really
lot of
feel
people
the
think
need
it.
to have to
Hey,
think. She
Miranda,
said
real
a lot of
quick,
people think it.
who you
Go.
got this weekend?
I think Pereira's going to win, and I think Burns is going to win.
Okay. How do they get it done?
I think Burns is going to out wrestle Masvidal. It might be long and boring, but I think that he could out wrestle him and then ground and pound. And then I think that Pereira, I think it's going to go the distance.
Oh, you think he goes the full 25 this time, huh?
Maybe they both got a lot on the line, and I think it's going to be a more cautious fight.
Okay.
But I could be wrong. They're both so intense too. I don't know.
Yo, Miranda.
Do you go ahead?
Real quick, just
Go
wanted
ahead.
to say, Miranda won that Macy Barber fight 30-27. I just had to say that real quick.
Thank you.
That's pretty much why I came in here. Also, are you still selling gloves? And do you have 10-ounce gloves?
I sure do. If you want to message me right after this on Twitter, feel free, and I'll show you what I got left.
Okay, thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Well, look at that. Hopefully that turns into a sale right there, and this was worth more than the 25 minutes. I want
There
to
we go.
ask real quick, and then we'll scram you out of here. I don't know if you have any. I don't mean relation, but I just mean like training relation to Loopy or Cynthia this weekend.
Nope,
But
not really.
you looking at
I
that fight?
know I'm rooting for Loopy just because I've liked her social media. I like kind of what she represents, everything I know about her at least. So I'm hoping that she gets it done.
Yeah, I didn't plan to try to keep you all night. We got a
You're
couple
good.
minutes early, which actually makes me feel good because we drag everything on around here. Miranda, thank you very, very much for your time tonight. After you win, I'll probably be trying to message you right before fight week to get you in the space. Are you doing fight week? Are you doing UFCX this year?
Not that I know of. They have not messaged me. I haven't gotten my hype up enough for that. I guess I need to start talking shit more or something.
Wait until a night in Canada when you
What
tell
in the
everybody I can give
bullshit?
you some real respect back.
Right? That or show my butt all over Instagram seems to be the two ways to get yourself on there a week of UFC
I've been
stuff.
trying, but it's not really helping me. I'm not gonna lie.
Right. Oh geez. But yeah, if you guys want to message me, if
Oh,
you
it's
fans or
horrible
anything
that it's
have
that.
questions, it is. But if you guys have any questions, even after the interview, feel free to message me. I'm usually pretty good about getting back to people, or go check me out on Patreon. Might have OnlyFans coming out soon, not to show what I was just talking about, but for training videos and stuff like that at least. But we're still working through details for that.
If
Miranda,
you
thank you
do
so
and we
much for
see the
coming
tweet,
by. We appreciate it.
All right. Thank you
we'll
very
make sure
much.
to
Have a good night.
retweet anything we see.
Thank you.
You
Thank
All
too,
you.
right, good
Miranda.
night.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Joe,
boys.
I feel like we're off sync.
We are. We have to be. I can tell it in the timing. Someone. I think I'm off with everybody else.
Huh.
I
It
saved you
feels
a
like
couple
I'm waiting
times.
for responses, even when Miranda was talking, like say something, and then I'm like, oh no, is her mic dead? So I don't know. Twitter Spaces sometimes can be funny. My Wi-Fi up. I I don't know. I go out of my way to make sure there's a good internet connection for these spaces. So I don't know. She was at
I started just using my
I think
phone
she may have been
because
at
I
the
couldn't use my computer
I think
anymore.
she may have been at the gym or driving, and I know that when you connect to other speakers, sometimes they can lag up the whole space. Not that I'm blaming her, but maybe she was driving or something and we were
I
having
was
a hard
good.
time holding her, but it felt weird.
I heard
I don't know.
real good.
It felt off.
Yeah, one of you guys was like, I think it might be you, Joe. What do you call it? Because I noticed when some of the guys were talking, you would come in, or I'm not sure what do you call it. I mean, but for the most part, I mean, the space it sounds fine. Everything does sound coherent. So I mean, as long as no one
Dad, I
like,
feel the same way because I'm like, Joe never just cuts people off. This is odd. I was like, I think we're off
yeah,
sync somehow.
yeah, no, it
Yeah,
might
the
be that.
shake had to have been. Makes
Yeah, I
sense.
try to let it off.
No, you're good. You're good. For the most part, it's good
Well,
though. What do you call it?
whatever. It's water under the bridge.
It still went pretty good.
I
We'll hang
like
in.
having Miranda. Yeah, Miranda's an awesome guest, and I am going to try to get her back again. It's pretty cool that I can message her. When I messaged her, she was like, I was like, you do the space? She was like, yeah, book it. And then I sent her a time and a day, and she was like, yes, yes, and yes, let's go. She was awesome. So I don't know. She was a great guest. I hope it wasn't too off to make her not want to do it again. I hope she gets the W and we can get her back after that. Yeah, I don't know. I think she's a great guest. Anyways, we're going to move on. Andrew, are you doing Tale of the Tape tonight?
Yeah, I got you, man.
If not, I can do it. I don't mind, but I try to let
No,
everybody
I
get some
got it
mic
up.
time. And that's a
I
good way
got
to
it up.
split it. I've got odds in front of me. If you've got to go back and forth on screens, I've got them in front of me. I'll shout them out to save you the time.
I've got them both up.
Nice. So everybody knows about the fight. Reschedules, right? Chase Sherman was supposed to fight Chris Barnett, and now he's fighting Carl Williams. Man, I looked at the Carl Williams fight and was gonna know something everybody else didn't know. I was like, hell yeah, I'm gonna fucking kill it. I wasn't even like planning on betting big this card. I'm like, bro, I'm gonna hammer this. I fucking looked at the line. He's minus 490. Motherfucker, everybody knows what I know. God damn it,
Bro, you don't have to read between the lines with that one, man.
Bro, Chase Sherman always gets way more credit than he deserves on the lines, bro. He gets way more respect than he deserves on lines. We've argued about him repeatedly in this space, bro. Oh man, I thought I knew something nobody else knew. I was so fucking bummed when even if it would have been like minus 240, I probably still would have been like, oh, I'll make some parlays around that. Hell no, they said minus 490. Fuck your couch, bro. I was like, damn. What was the other one? So, Nicholas Mota was supposed to fight Ignacio Bahamundes. Mota pulled out, I believe, for a cut, and now he's fighting Trey Ogden. Trey Ogden missed his fight last week against Manuel Torres, so they're fighting catchweight. Other than that, the card should go off pretty much as scheduled, or at least as scheduled for the fight team. Andrew, what you got first?
We're going to open this card off with a women's strawweight bout. Should be loads of fun. We have Sam Hughes versus Jacqueline Amorim. Sam Hughes is 7-5. She's coming off of a loss. 5'5" with a 64-inch reach. Jacqueline Amorim is 5'3" with a 67.5-inch reach, so a little bit of a reach advantage. She is also coming off of a win. She is 6-0, undefeated. The lines, it looks like got her right here. Sam Hughes plus 200, Jacqueline Amorim minus 235. I'm not touching this fight. This fight, everyone has been going back and forth about it. It's a low-tier opening prelim fight. I don't know why this fight always gets so much love. We always try to decipher and find something that, like some hidden code. It's not. Take the over, man. This fight's done. Go ahead, Joe.
So I will say this. I think Jacqueline is a good bet. I did go watch tape. I do know Sam Hughes. I did even go back and kind of re-highlight Sam Hughes while I was on ESPN Plus. I don't think I got her last fight in. I didn't tape it. I didn't tape it. I highlighted it. I did watch Jacqueline because everybody was so high on her. Yeah, I think this is a good one out the gate. She's not UFC tested, so I'll probably just parlay her in a couple money lines. I'm not going to take the finish or anything funny like that, but she'll definitely make a couple of my parlays as long as I play them. I believe Gary was on tape for this one. Gary, you there?
Yeah, what's up, guys? Yeah,
Where'd you land on this?
so I really still am unsure about it because I think it's just like sketchy as hell. Mainly because like I feel like Amarim is legit. She's super young and she's been around martial arts her whole life. Like I think there's a legitimate chance she's the best Brazilian jiu-jitsu player in women's MMA, straight up. Like right now, today, I think there's a very good chance that that's true. Um, that being said, or I guess,
Well, that's a statement, Gary. That's a
I
statement.
mean, like out of 6 fights, it literally took 10 minutes to watch all of them. She has a 10-second KO on the feet, but the rest of them are all submissions very quickly. Um, and then she also has like background on the Brazilian national wrestling team as well, and I believe some judo experience, which I was unaware of. But the thing about it on tape is like I feel like despite those being her credentials, she doesn't appear to be like a reliable wrestler. Like she's gotten down pretty much low tier girls, and then like Nichols, at least to me, was one of the better fighters she's faced, and she took a little bit longer. So it's one of those things like if you keep stepping up, is she going to keep taking longer and keep taking longer and keep taking longer? But thus far, it's all first round finishes. Um, she's been training at ATT for like 2 years now. So I actually think her striking is like decent. I don't think it's necessarily a given that Sam just beats her on the feet. And I think what's most interesting about this line or this fight from a betting perspective is so you have Amarim, who is a huge favorite, like minus 250, or I can't remember what Andrew said exactly it's at now. And this is a girl that has only finished very quickly within the first round, but yet the over under is set at minus 2.5 with a slight lean to the over. So to me, that tells me like people are gonna play this as if it's Amarim sub. They're gonna play Amarim inside the distance, and they're gonna play her in parlays. But I actually think there's like a decent chance that she wins by decision, um, like controlling Sam, but Sam doesn't quite get sub type of thing, and then possibly just like winning on the feet, clinching. I think she'll be stronger, more athletic. Um, I do think there's like a decent chance that she just can't get Sam down and does lose, though. Like, I do think there's a pretty good chance that that happens. Like, Sam has made it clear that the past couple camps, she's been doing nothing but takedown defense. And I am a believer that takedown defense is something to some extent you're born with. So I don't think it's just all of a sudden going to be great. But like, Amarim's takedowns just didn't impress me. So I am not betting this as of now, but if I had to, I'd go with Amarin by decision for real and see what that number is when it comes out because I expect it to be pretty decent. Total, I think I would play the over too because I think if Sam comes out there and wins, she's not going to finish her, and I think there's a chance that Amarin struggles to finish what would be like the highest level fight she's had.
Yeah,
I think it's a lot of
that's a
respect
good
to
take.
Sam Hughes.
I can't.
I think Sam Hughes isn't that
Yeah,
good.
that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you because you did the tape work, but I'm disagreeing with you because there's Sam Hughes has funny tendencies. Like, if you just look at her stats, you can see it on tape, but you're not looking for it because it's Sam fucking Hughes, right? Sam Hughes has never beat anybody that has taken her down. It's never happened. If you've taken her once, she cannot beat you. However, Sam Hughes has never taken anybody down and lost. Those are real stats. Look that shit up. So, it is a funny little thing there. I don't know. I don't think Sam will get the takedown. I think Sam will get taken down. I'm with you guys. I think it's probably the over. I literally wrote she is not. I literally typed. I think Sam is a fade, but no props because Amorium is not UFC tested. So like, I 100% agree with you guys, but I think it's safe to fade Sam. Is my only point there. I guess. Anybody else on this fight? Oh, thank God. Okay, Andrew, what you got next?
Damn, you sound relieved.
Bro, yeah, I was worried about the fucking debate. Just that's one of them fights. It erupts, bro. That's one of them fights for no reason. Shit just pops off.
I hear you. All right, so we're gonna head over to the featherweight division. We have the Chinese. I'm gonna guess his name, Shailon Nerdenbike, and he is facing Steve Garcia. Nerdenbike at 39-10, coming off of a win, 5'8" with a 69-inch reach. He is facing Steve Garcia. He is 13-5. He's a lot taller at 6 feet, and he has a much bigger reach advantage at 75 inches. Steve Garcia came down from lightweight about a fight ago. He ran through, what's his face?
Chase
The
Hopper.
curly-headed kid,
Chase
Chase
Hopper.
Hooper. Thank you. Yeah, he ran through Chase Hooper, and I mean, obviously, difference in competition. But I'm curious to see what he looks like in this fight. Looks like the odds right now: Steve Garcia is a dog plus 159. Nerdenbike is minus 184. Go ahead, Joe.
All right, so I like to look at what have you done for me lately. I didn't mention Amori was 5-0. Hughes is 2-3. I like to shout those out. So Nerdenbacke is 4-1 in his last 5. Garcia is 3-2. So they're both on the up as far as recent momentum. But this is Nerdenbacke's 50th pro fight at 28 years old. He's 10-2 in his last 12. Like, this dude is fucking one of these guys that's probably going to have 100 fights under his belt by the time he's retired. This is, I don't know if anybody taped, but like in his last fight, he looked really, really impressive. He kicked this guy in the body so hard that it fucked his arm up really bad. I don't know if you guys seen that or not. Like,
Yeah,
they
I watched a
thought
lot of his
it fucked
fights.
his arm up so bad. They thought that he kicked him in the arm, but he didn't even kick him in the arm. He kicked him in the body, and then the guy grabbed his arm. It it was quite impressive of a kick. He might have been part of the WWE UFC testing period. I'm not sure. So I'm staying the fuck off this fight. Are you guys aware that this is the dude that was in the Derek Minner fight?
Yeah, he's the one that
Yeah, I'm not
went
betting
with
this
himself
fight for the
fall.
fucking death of
Yeah.
me, bro.
He gave up the whole scheme, man. He was part of that.
Oh, without a doubt. I did. I
Bro,
watched him
yeah,
kick,
like
and he
I'm
kicks.
joking when I
He's
say he
hurt.
kicked the dude in the body and hurt his arm.
Well, he kicks that Manor fight or Minor, I don't know how they say it, but he kicks him, and then he acts like his legs hurt, and then he kicks him again, which is like, so hold on, you just tweaked your freaking right knee, and now you're going to kick me with your right leg? That doesn't make any sense. And then he crumbles over in the ground, and then just curls up in a ball, waiting for the referee to call the fight.
Yeah, bro. It was I was trying to be a little funny there and not talk too much shit about him kicking the dude in the body and hurting his arm. I don't know. I said that you volunteered to tape this one. Did you actually put real
Yeah,
tape on it,
yeah, I
Rhino?
wrote down, man. I watched a lot. Steve Garcia's got a questionable chin. He's a real aggressive striker. He gets hit way too much. He's been dropped a couple times in some of his fights. He's recovered. He's also gotten completely knocked the hell out. 2 fights ago, he was basically, going in there, got popped, pretty dang good, just being sloppy. Left himself wide open and caught a right hook right on the button. I mean, it was a hell of a punch, but it still makes a questionable chin. Obviously, our Wolverine, because I love my Wolverines, and I love my nicknames, especially when I don't know how to speak your name. That's what I go with. And he's athletic as hell. I mean, this guy's got 39 wins, 10 losses. He's 28, almost 29 years old. I mean, that's a guy who spends a lot of time in the ring. You can't get that past him. I mean, if he takes this, obviously his grappling and speed, maybe his chances of finishing him, I don't think are very high, but I would have to take him by decision if he wins. So, of course, that's his way. Steve Garcia does have some hard swings. He could knock him out. He's got power, but I think that's the only chance that he really has winning this fight. He's really not that solid. His grappling's not nowhere near the Wolverines' grappling. So it's if you want to take the knockout by Steve, but for me, I really feel like the Wolverines might pick to win. As for like a bet, it's a close fight that I wouldn't throw any of my own money on this just for the aspect of like I think it could. The only thing I'd like on the fight is less than 2.5. I do think someone's getting finished just because it's in that spot. Everybody's just trying to make a name for themselves in that lower level, and we've been seeing a lot of knockouts. So I'm going to go under the 2.5 for it to finish as my bet. My prop bet would go to Wolverine by decision. And if I had the super, I'd stick with the same thing, Wolverine by decision.
Very nice breakdown. I'm glad you put the time into it because it is not one I was sure
It's a
would get a
tough
lot of
fight to
time.
pick. It
Anybody
really
else
is.
on this fight? Yeah, and then
I
with the whole
mean,
bullshit with Nerd and Becky's last fight, even if you put in on it, bro, I don't know. I'm suspect. We bought the WWE.
it's
What
a
the
tough
fuck?
fight.
Anybody else on this fight?
Please
I
give me some
No.
feedback. I want to hear something.
I
Baby,
do
get your
feel
ass
like
in here. I know you
Dana.
got something.
I feel like Dana's given Wolverine a handpicked matchup to kind of rinse his mouth of the Derek Minner scandal. Just send
Yeah,
him on his way out of the promotion.
it's a fight for him to win. I mean, Steve Garcia really needs this win. I mean, he's got the height advantage. That part scares the shit out of me. The distance of he's 6 foot, he's only 5'8". You know that 4-inch reach advantage. Uh, I mean, he's just young, and he's on a decent little run. I mean, he is athletic. Steve's chin really isn't that great. Could he knock him out? That's the way he wins. Wolverine either, possibly finishes him or could possibly just win the decision.
Yeah, I'm not arguing you. I don't think Gary is too much. I'm gonna lap this one. Andrew, what you got next, bro?
So I just want to make sure because I'm looking at UFC.com and I'm looking at a betting app and they're in different order. Is it Calvillo next or is it Bahamondes?
It's Bahamondes.
Okay. There it is. Perfect. No, go back, fucker. All right. This is a catchweight bout because I think this is late notice for Trey Ogden. So Ignacio Bahamondes, Trey Ogden. Ignacio Bahamondes is 13-4, coming off of a win. He is very tall for this and big for this division, 6'3", with a 75.5-inch reach. He's going to face Trey Ogden, who's 16-5, also coming off of a win, actually pretty recently too. He's 5'11" with a 72-inch reach. It looks like the odds opened up at minus 345 for Bahamondes and plus 285. Hasn't really moved much. It's minus 340 for Bahamondes and plus 280 for Trey Ogden. Go ahead, Joe.
So Ogden was supposed to fight last week, and Manuel Torres pulled out, right? And then I got noise
Then
coming
Just
in
Phone
over here.
started
Sorry.
ringing.
Yeah,
And
that
then
was the
Just Phone
recording
started
phone.
ringing.
I got 4 devices going over here, so sometimes shit gets going too fast. So Ogden was supposed to fight Torres last week, and then Bahamundes was supposed to fight Mota this week. Mota pulled out, Torres pulled out. Bahamundes was a minus 250 favorite over Mota, and then Ogden was a plus 125 against Torres. Now he's plus 275 against Bahamundes. I didn't do a lot on this fight. Rhino taped Torres versus Ogden last week. I don't know if you had a chance to look at Bahamundes at all or not, but I figured you could put kick in on
Maybe if you'd have
Ogden
messaged
either
me,
way.
asshole. I mean, Torres, I got that he swings
Well,
wild.
I can tell you.
He does got some hard punches and stuff. I took him to beat that Trey because he was just a wrestler. But, I mean, I didn't see his new opponent much.
Oh, the guy's a monster, bro. Trey Ogden is in trouble. Like, there's no doubt that he lost his opponent last week, who was going to beat him. Your picks last week were Torres inside the distance, Torres bet, Torres KO super prop. Like, you were all over Torres last week after you taped it, and
Yeah.
yeah,
With
it's
Trey,
probably
he's just a wrestler.
he's probably worse off this week than he was last
He's
week.
got some decent jujitsu, but he's definitely going to need to go to the ground. A 25-year-old kid with a bunch of finishes is not the guy that he wants to fight. It's not the fight for him to take. That was scary. So I agree with you on that. I would looking at the odds
Yeah,
on
at some
Tapology
point
right
though, like
now,
Miranda was saying.
90%. There's 1,457 predictions on Tapology, and 90% are taking La
It's cutting in and
Julia.
out. I don't know if it's me or
La
him.
Julia. And he's totally going to take this fight. This is probably a parlay ad because before it hits 300, you might as well put it in there for inside the distance.
Yeah,
Joe,
he's
can
going
you
to.
hear Rhino?
What's that?
Yes, but he's choppy to me.
I
Can you
can
hear him?
hear everybody except for Joe seems to be off every time.
Can you hear him,
Yeah,
Anthony?
I hear him, but it seems like you two are off sync, man, because you guys are talking over each other.
Yeah, he's
Here, let
very
me back
choppy to me.
out.
He's
Let
in
me
and out.
back out and then freaking get back in.
I removed him from speaker. He'll bounce out. He'll come back in. It says he's still speaker, but he's not here. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I know that he was all over Torres to beat Ogden up last week, and I still think it just got worse for him. Will, what do you got, bud?
Yeah, I'm putting Bahamondes in the parlays. I just like the way he switches stances between combinations. He's like 50% southpaw, 50% orthodox. And Trey Ogden's going to want to shoot takedowns, but Bahamondes, he defends them pretty well. Edson Gomez went 0 for 5. Roosevelt Roberts went 0 for 12. Rong Zhu went 1 for 4 and ended up getting submitted because he chose to shoot a takedown. So I like Bahamondes.
Yeah, it seems pretty straightforward. It's going to have to be a parlay piece, though. Like, I can't see anybody putting 350 on him to get one back, maybe, but it seems like he'll be a big parlay piece. Gary, what you got?
I have nothing for this fight, but I just found out for the first time in my life that Nurdan Biki had 31 fights in 2016 and 2017 combined.
Is that how many it was? I seen that it was a bunch,
Dude,
but I
in 2
looked
fucking
at it.
years?
Yeah, I
In
didn't
2
realize it
years,
was
he
that
had
dense.
31.
Did you say in 2 years, Gary?
Yes, in 2 years, he had
Holy
31
shit.
fights.
Man, that guy fucking lived at the gym.
He lived at the promotion, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? He just stayed at the event. Like, yo, I'm here. Let me know when you need me to fight. Anyways, Andrew, what you got next, bud?
All right, now we're going to the strawweight division. We have a match between Cynthia Calvillo and Lupi Godinez. Let's see, Cynthia Calvillo, 9-5-1, coming off of a few losses. She is 5'4" with a 64-inch reach. She will be a little bit bigger than Lupi. Lupi is 8-3, coming off of a loss to Angela Hill. She's a little bit shorter, 5'2", and a smaller reach at 61 inches. It looks like opening odds was Lupi minus 275 plus 230 for Cynthia Calvillo. It's moved a little bit, but not too much. Lupi right now is a minus 300. Cynthia Calvillo is a plus 250. Man, normally I would say Lupi to the sky, but I don't know what her game plan was in her last fight, but it wasn't good. So when someone comes out with a terrible game plan, that shows me poor IQ. So therefore, I don't want to lay any bet on her. I do think Cynthia Calvillo is on her way out. She's been hopping divisions, trying to find her spot. She hasn't fought a strawweight fight in like 4 years, and the only reason why she bumped up to flyweight is because she had very bad struggles with trying to make the weight to which she couldn't make. So now you're telling me after 4 years, when she's in her 30s, she's going to cut weight and not have an issue? I just don't see it. I think Lupi could be a parlay piece if you want, but I don't trust her right now. She's going to have to prove it to me. But that's what I got. Go ahead, Joe.
Oh man, I am more confident than you. I am on Lupi. So I think so. Let me start first. What have you done for me lately? So Calvillo 1-4, Lupi 3-2. So you're not campaigning that either one of these women are on a super hot run or anything like that right now. I think Cynthia is probably better than her last 5 show. I'm not upping her. I'm not taking her. I just think that I think that her takedown defense is as good as anybody that Lupi has faced. And I don't think people are going to want to give her that credit, but and I'm not saying it's the best. What I'm saying is it's as good as any that she has faced so far. And I think that that'll prove to keep it on the feet. I don't think Cynthia will be strong enough to take Lupi down. I know she can shoot and shoot and shoot, but I don't think it'll matter. I don't think she can get Lupi down. I'm actually hoping that the grappling cancels the grappling and we see some striking. If that is the case, I think that Lupi wins on power. I think it'll be like watching a grown woman spar a teenage girl, just strength wise. I don't think Cynthia has any power in her hands. I'm on Lupi and I'm on the over 1.5. Usman did tape work on this. What you got, bud? And how are you tonight?
What it do? Y'all got me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Awesome, awesome. I missed y'all guys. Feels like a week was forever. Didn't get to hop on last week's space, but yeah, I did the tape work on this one. I watched this one close, and I thought this was a funny one. At first, I thought Lupi's gonna destroy this. And then I watched Calvillo's tape, and it's just such a fucking disappointment. Because you go back and you watch like the Esparza fight. If she had just a little more gas, she could have beaten Esparza. What Cynthia Calvillo can do to win this fight is she has 2 ways of striking, and her biggest problem is that her 2 styles of fighting don't mix with each other. So she goes forward, she likes to try and put the pressure on you, and she's just throwing meaningless combos up to the face so that she can get you thinking up top, and then that's when she gets her takedown. She's got a good single on catching legs, she got a good double when she's throwing those punches and distracting you, going for the takedowns. Her other way of fighting, which I think could be good for this fight, is going backwards. She has a good stiff jab. She has a good jab to the body. She throws teeps to the body from front leg and back leg, but she just fails to the pressure every time. And Loopy will do this if she just gets in her face and throws 4, 5, 6. She's going to hit her. But you saw that game plan look good against Jessica Andrade. I mean, she got finished in the first round, but throughout that round, she had the right game plan, moving her feet, sticking, moving around the circle, around the cage. She looked good. To me, I think she actually looked good. Loopy, I think what was funny about this fight is I think they're kind of very similar. Loopy's just got more power. It's like we're leaving the old one and upgrading for the new one. Loopy likes to pressure forward. She's got 3 different variables of her jab. She can throw a jab, she throws a little up jab, and then she throws a jab that's kind of looks like an overhand right, but that just curves in last minute. It's all to set up her fucking haymaker right hand. I thought it was funny because, of course, she's a wrestler. Uh, so if I see the Khabib relations of way she ducks her head, like if she's going for the takedown to the right, throwing that overhand right, and it gets them every time. Cynthia Calvillo eats right hooks like crazy. So I think that's definitely going to connect. I think Joe was spot on. Hit the over 1.5, hit the over 2.5. I think you can hit Loopy money line. And the only thing I don't like about Loopy, she's a great wrestler. She's got single legs. She's got double legs. What does she love to do? She likes to bully girls and she likes to fucking get them in the body lock and see if she can toss them around. Jessica Penne jumped on her back, and that's the only. I'll give y'all the sneak peek into the sprinkles right now. Sprinkles. Hopefully Cynthia Calvillo quits and you get some loopy KO, or you get fucking Cynthia Calvillo to get a fucking strange ass sub, because she likes to do the body lock. She likes to try and hip toss you. That's how Penne jumped on her back. Cynthia Calvillo's only, like, she's good at jiu-jitsu, but her specialty is jumping on the back and trying to get that rear naked choke. Against Luana Carolina, she could have easily won that fight, but in that third round, she spent like almost 2.5 minutes just holding her in the body lock while she got kneed and elbowed and punched, and that's how she lost it. Loopy should win this 100%. I'm gonna be going Loopy over 1.5, over 2.5, and y'all know my sprinkles. Calvillo by sub, Loopy by KO.
Yeah, so you're dirty for that because I had it in my notes and I was gonna hit it after your comments. Yeah, you're dirty for that. You stole my shit about. I'm sorry, bro. I'm trying to type your fucking pics out. Let me just type your pics out. I'm sorry. I can't type them out and fucking. I can't seem to do it all. You said Calvia sub Loopy KO.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah. That
Usman, we're
that weight
alive,
cut is
bro.
that weight cut is super fucking iffy too. Like that's why that KO sounds so sexy. Like you're gonna give me some extra quit in her? Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So, anyways, what I meant to say was, bro, about your point about the Panay fight. I noted, and I was gonna come back with my worry, and my real worry is that in the scramble, Cynthia will find her back, bro. Like that is where, if any success, in my opinion, is found by Cynthia, it will be in a scramble or in the midst of a takedown that doesn't go well because Loopy decided that she wanted to lift her up and outpower her to throw her on the fucking ground or something like that. Um, and I don't think it'll work out for Loopy. And I think that Cynthia could find something right there. Like that was, I seen that, bro. I seen that whole shit. Did you see though when she picked her up and fucking slammed her on the ground and then stood there like, bitch, get up, go ahead.
Yeah, and that's my only thing about Loopy. It's just like she likes to bully people, so I don't feel like I've seen much progression of her game. Like it hasn't gotten smarter. She just does what she does really good, and she wants to be a dick about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%. I do think that Cynthia has and bro, I'm not trying to be insulting. I don't think she has real punching power. Like, I just don't think she has it. And I think Loopy, I'm not saying she has KO power, but I think, like, I think in a 5-round exchange, if they were on the feet, Loopy would definitely pound her into submission at some point, just on pure strength. So I don't know. I favor Loopy. I'm on everything you're on, except I even seen the Calvillo cut, the Calvillo sub. I'm definitely not fucking with that, and I'm definitely not fucking with the Loopy knockout. But I 100% agree with you that it is those are the paths for them women. That was a great fucking breakdown. Anybody else on this fight?
Yeah, I'm putting Loopy in the parlays because she's the type of fighter to have the quickest turnaround in UFC history in 7 days, and then also have 3 fights in 42 days. She's going to be a lot stronger. I think she's going to be laser focused after Angela Hill in that loss. So she's going in the parlays for sure.
Yeah, she's probably good in the parlays at almost minus 300. Like that's some of my problems. And I know Wes ain't been around lately, but I know he's a guy who's agreed with me on this. Like, okay, fine, if you want to call it value, it's value, but like there comes certain numbers to certain risks. Like it's just not worth it for me to put it out there, no matter how sure I think I am. And like, yeah, I'm fine. I'm pretty high on Loopy, but fuck at minus 270, how much are you really gonna put down on Loopy to I don't know. I don't know. I'm not trying to dog her out in any way. I feel like at what point who's putting 100 grand on Loopy? You know what I mean? Like yeah, I don't know. I just don't see it. Fucking Andrew, what you got next?
Real quick, Usman, I know you saw that shit, baby. We got a shot.
What game are you guys watching over
Oh,
there?
dude, this guy doesn't want to listen. All right, cool. We've got a heavyweight bout with Carl Williams and Chase Sherman. Carl Williams filling in late, so it's a short notice fight. Chase Sherman went from being a pretty damn big favorite to now being a pretty big underdog. Carl Williams is 8-1. He's coming off of a win, 6'3" with a 79-inch reach. Chase Sherman is 16-11. He's coming off of a loss. He's an inch taller at 6'4", 1 inch shorter in reach at 78 inches. If we look at the line, Carl Williams minus 450, Chase Sherman plus 350. Go ahead, Joe.
So I seen Williams as high as minus 490. Yeah, and the crazy thing is Sherman was minus 260 to beat Chris Barnett. So like what the fuck happened for him, right? So Williams was a light heavyweight. He fought at light heavyweight 3 times last year. Um, then he hit the Dana White Contender Series and found the Training Institute, the PI, and fought again at heavyweight, and says he doesn't want to go back down. And he seems to fill out pretty well. Um, I don't know how well it will translate over time, but against Chase Sherman, I don't know. If you look at the numbers, like if you're just looking at the numbers in their last 5, Williams is 5-0, Sherman is 1-5 in his last 6. So it's, I don't know. I don't like to just hammer on people and be like, oh, he's a fade, he's a fade, he's a fade. But Sherman is not a guy you should put your money on. Even if you are on him, he's very hittable. He's been subbed a few times. In his current skid just now, he's been subbed a few times in, you know what I mean, in this skid. So it's like, I know he hasn't been KO'd in like 5 years or 10 fights. So if you're on Sherman, I guess you're betting that he'll be able to go the distance and maybe get a decision or find a late round finish. I'm on Williams. I'll parlay Williams, and I will probably add the over 1.5 to some parlays, and I will probably add Williams by decision to some parlays. He's a fucking decision machine. Andrew, you've got tape on this shit. What you got, bud?
Man, I honestly don't have much to add. You know how I feel about these like intro, like UFC level fights. Chase Sherman loves to hang around. Don't get me wrong, he's game. He's a wily vet. Like he's gonna give it his all, but I just don't feel like the talent is there. He's not very fast. He doesn't have knockout power. He has very terrible takedown defense. I think that's going to obviously play into Carl Williams' advantage. That's why he's such a huge favorite. I did have a little bit of concerns if he would be able to take Sherman down consistently just because of the size, but I think I'm convinced that Williams will be okay against Sherman, especially because in his last fight against Lucas, they're about the same size and they're about the same skill level, and I don't see a big strength difference either. I think Carl Williams is just going to take him down at will. I don't think Chase Sherman is going to have the ability to defend it. So the question is, does Carl Williams, like Joe said, does Carl Williams just squeak it, grind it out to a decision? Or there's potentially a spot where Sherman might just say, I want out. He's going to get taken down time after time after time, and he might just be like, yeah, fuck this. But you never know. Like I said, he is a wily vet. Pick is obviously Carl Williams. I don't think I'm betting this. I don't trust big favorites like this. In this spot, I just don't. Like, I know I sound convincing with Carl Williams, but I mean, you just never know with these fights. I don't think he's worth minus 400. I'm going to completely lay off of that. I'm just going to watch this fight and see how it goes.
Yeah, I want to be clear and say when I say that I'm on him, I'm not betting him money line. I don't mean it that way. I just mean so like, usually I do a few 2, 3, 4 leg parlays, try and build something I think is small and safe that'll secure my night, and then I take a bunch of tiny bets and try to rack up them big odds. And that shit motherfuckers post where they turn $5 or $10 into thousands or something. I rack a bunch of them up once I think I got good bets for the night. If I can find good odds on Williams for the over 1.5 or the Williams decision, I'm talking about taking it, but I am not advising that at minus 490 he's a good bet. And I'll be honest, if you think you've got a solid, super, super solid parlay and he's in it and you're trying to figure out who your parlay buster is, well, that's probably who it is. I mean, that's probably who it is. But I don't know. I'll have him in some bets. I'm not trying to lie about that. I'm not saying to ride his ass heavy. I don't think it's worth that. Anybody else on this fight? Oh, thank God. Andrew, what you got next?
Sorry, you caught me mid-message, man. I was hoping someone was actually on that fight. Next one, we have Joe Pyfer versus Gerald Mearshart. This is a middleweight bout. We'll see how much fun this fight's going to be. I actually am excited to watch this fight. You got the wily veteran, Gerald Mearshart, 35-15, the sub-machine. He's 6'1" with a 77.5-inch reach. Joe Pyfer, 9-2. He is also coming off of a win. He is 6'2", 1 inch taller, but he does have shorter reach at 75 inches. Betting wise right now, Joe Pyfer is a minus 190. Gerald Mearshart plus 165. What you got, Joe?
So I actually like both of these guys. I've been a guy who I'm not like super high, but I've liked Gerald Mearshart for a while. He struggled through his career. You know what I mean? Up, down, win, loss, win, loss. Streak, skid. But I like him. However, I like Joe Pfeiffer. Total bias here. I want Pfeiffer to win. He's 4-1 in his last 5. He actually lost his Dana White Contender Series fight due to an elbow injury, they call it. I don't know. I like Joe Pfeiffer. I'm on him pretty blindly. I don't have a lot of need to justify it because I just like the dude. Did you tape this one, Andrew?
Yeah. It's pretty similar to the last fight. This isn't a very hard fight to cap. I mean, Gerald Mearshart, sub or bust. I don't think he has anything on the feet for Joe Pyfer. Gerald is getting a little bit older as time goes on. In his last few fights, I've seen a significant speed difference. I think he's slowing down. Once he gets it to the ground, he's okay because that's what he does. It's his bread and butter. But on the feet, I think he's at a huge disadvantage. He's obviously going to try to get it to the ground, but he's not a consistent takedown guy, and I don't know if he's strong enough to just dominate Joe Pyfer like that. I asked myself, like, is there something about this fight because Joe Pyfer is only minus 190, and I'm sitting there going, is there something do I have to think outside the box? Is there something that I'm not seeing? Because the fact is, if this stays on the feet, Joe Pyfer's going to dominate him, and he might even finish him. And if it somehow gets to the ground, I still think Joe Pyfer's going to get up, but you never know. Gerald Mearshart is a wizard down there sometimes. He can catch that back and catch that neck. So you really never know if it gets to that point. However, I just don't think that's going to happen. I'm pretty confident in Joe Pyfer's strength. I'm confident in his takedown defense, and I'm confident with his striking advantage. The 190 just seems funny to me, but I am taking it money line, and I might sprinkle a little bit on a TKO. That's what I got.
Very nice. Very nice to hear that you taped and you like Joe too. Anybody else on this fight? Anybody else betting it? Usman, go ahead.
Yeah, this is one of two fights on this card that I looked at and said, no tape needed. Zero tape done on this fight. But I'll tell you what I think. Gerald Mearshart is probably one of the UFC's favorite fighters. The dude has been there for a long time. He's kept his job secure. He says yes to every single fight, and they use him perfectly. You go back and you look at all of his losses. He gets losses, but he gets a couple wins. He'll get 1 win, 2 wins, make him feel good again. But all of his losses have been set up for the next big thing. If it was Kevin Holland, Big Mouth, it was fucking Thiago Santos way back in the day. It
Bro,
was
fuck you. Kamzat Chimaev, Ian
it was
Heinisch,
not.
Eric
Hey,
Anders.
hey,
Kiss my
I'm getting
ass,
there.
bro.
I'm getting there. Jack Hermanson, the submission expert guy. Oh, he's gonna sub GM3. Kamzat, Ian Heinisch, the guy with I'm pretty sure he's the drug trafficker story, right? That was locked up. Like, he's always been used to just, hey, bro, it's time to take an L. You got a couple wins. Now it's B. Joe Pyfer time. And it's like, thanks for getting another win. You did your job. But come over here and take this L to another big star that we want to give a push because Joe Pyfer's going to put that pressure on him and knock him out.
Bro, as soon as you said that, I literally have Gerald's sure dog up in front of me. And you said that. And I'm like, what's he talking about, bro? Jocko, Chimaev, Heinisch, Anders, Howland, Hermanson, Diego Santos. Like, holy shit, bro. that's that's a pretty good way to look at that fight, if I'm being honest. Man, everybody that he has beat, you can't name one of them motherfuckers. You couldn't
I
tell me one.
literally don't know who his last win was. I
Yeah,
didn't even look at tape. I don't know who his last win was.
that's yeah, that's my point. I could say it, but nobody in here knows, bro. Like, oh shit, man. I don't know. I agree. B Joe Pfeiffer or B Joe Pfeiffer. It's that time. I'll definitely be parlaying Joe. I'm 100%. I'll be parlaying Joe. Anybody else on this fight?
Yeah, I was listening to a podcast with Sean Brady and Joe Pyfer, and they said Joe Pyfer was the lock of the week and that they're all buying jet skis because Joe Pyfer's going to win by knockout. And if you don't bet him by knockout, they're not going to feel bad for you. Joe Pyfer sounded really confident. I mean, yeah, I guess he's going to win.
Is there anyone in here on GM3? I genuinely hope there is because I want to hear it.
Yo, he cashed at plus 600 one time, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I could see a knockout. I think that's what Joe Pyfer's game plan is.
I mean, I just did that whole spiel, but y'all know in the group chat when this fight was first announced, I was trying to find a way for GM3 to win. Like, it's not like I hate GM3, but I was like, oh, the sub, maybe. And then he had that fucking grappling contest with Eric Anders. I'm talking about Pfeiffer. And he fucking tossed around Anders the whole time. I was like, okay, well, that sub ain't gonna happen. I like GM3. I also don't like GM3. But yeah, knockout by Pfeiffer.
No
Well,
sprinkles.
no, I think that caps that one off. Andrew, what you got next?
Damn, man. Oh, sorry. All right, next we have another strawweight bout between Michelle Waterson Gomez and Luana Pinedo. Michelle Waterson Gomez, 18-10. She is coming off of a loss. I believe it was to Lemos last year. She is 5'3" with a 62-inch reach. Pinedo is 10-1, also she's coming off of a win. A little bit shorter at 5'2", virtually identical at 62.5 inches. If we go, sorry, I don't have the odds up in front of me. Go ahead and take that one, Joe. My bad.
Oh, that's all right. So there are only a few fights, usually maybe one per card, that I'm just not looking at. And I'll be honest, man, I don't want to watch this fight. I don't want to see this fight. I don't fuck, man. Like, I hope Luna goes out there and takes her down and submits her fast as fuck. I don't. I know she hasn't had that type of competition. It's been like Hughes and Marcos or something like that. But and Waterson's got some legit losses to like Lemos and Rodriguez, and I think Esparza. She somehow beat Hill, right? Like, I don't know. I just hope it's fast. That's what I'm trying to get at here. I'm not excited about this fight. I'm not betting this fight. I'm not parlaying this fight. I am not propping this fight. Yep, that's how I feel about this fight.
Joe, real quick, Michelle Waterson Gomez is an underdog at plus 142. Pinedo's the favorite at minus 162.
Sorry, yeah, I do have that in front of me, and I didn't shout it out, even though you were struggling to get it. Dead Picks did do tape for this fight, and I feel for him. Dead Picks, what you got, bud?
Was not that bad, man. I'm not gonna lie. I kind of did like what I saw from Luana Pinero. I did go back and watch some of her regional tape just to get a feel for her. Because I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't really too familiar with her. I am familiar with Michelle, though. I'm pretty sure all of us are at this point. If you've been following the UFC, for some time. So this pick was kind of easy to make. But so I'm gonna just tell you what I found so far, or not what I found so far, but what I found in general. What I found was that Luana she's kind of a bully, man. She's like really good. Um, I saw some of her regional scene fights where she looked kind of green on the feet, but there was still some promise because the power and the fact that she was like not scared at all to engage. She was very willing to get in your face. But the thing is that she was doing that just to get a clinch and get a hip toss and get a takedown, get an armbar, get a submission. Like, she's really good at what she does. She's very persistent in what she does. She sticks to her game plan. She knows what she's gonna do, and she doesn't, fuck around. The thing that kind of worried me a bit was in that was it the Ronda Marco fight? What do you call it? That kind of worried me because it did kind of look like that Marcos was gonna be able to give her some fight, but the thing is that fight ended in I think it was a no contest because it did end in a round one head kicks from the grounded position. It kind of worried me because it made me think maybe Luana's not gonna wanna. Maybe she's not gonna want to be in the firefight, because in that round it was really stand up orientated, and she was able to get it to a clinch and get it to a takedown. But the thing is that it was stood up, so after that, I kind of, I had to watch Sam Hughes fight and pretty much, just see Sam Hughes get demolished. So it really I wasn't able to draw much away from that. So the only thing I was really worried so far is that Ronda Marcos fight. So moving on to Michelle, yeah, she's had some fucking adversity, I guess you could say, in some of her competition because these last 5 fights, it's been like nothing but killers. Except when she stuck Angie like in the middle of those 5 fights, she won within that five. I just want to call it a 5 fight loss because it was a skid because really all she did was beat Angie within the middle of it, and even then like she was getting fucking pieced up on the feet, and she made her into a wrestler into that fight. So man, I don't want to beat around the bush. I honestly am siding with Luana. I do think that she is going to be able to get the takedown. If anything, Karate Hottie, she's just going to be punching the air, circling, doing the usuals. I mean, if she does want to panic wrestle, then that's going to be great for Luana. She's just going to get a fucking hip toss, and she's just going to, dominate. The thing is, though, I do think that Michelle does have. I think her uh, her defensive Brazilian, not defensive Brazilian Jiu Jitsu, but her ground game, her defense, I do think it's kind of underrated, but I do think that it's not going to be a problem for Luana. Not saying that she has faced tougher opponents, but I do think that the Brazilian Jiu Jitsu is, a very strong factor in her game, and I do think that she does, you know, uh, I think that she does work on it. I think she's not just leaving it in the back burner. I'm pretty sure if she knows she's facing Michelle, then she knows what she has to do because there's obvious disadvantages for Michelle in terms of the ground game. I'm gonna just go Luana for the pick. I might bet her through parlay. I might just take a straight. Honestly, I think I'm just yeah. I'll take that straight. I'll take Luana straight. I'll bet the submission. If you want to get cute, or if you want to stay safe, I should say. If you want to stay safe, I would say bet the inside of distance, just because you never know. She might be able to get a fucking knockdown, or not knockdown, a knockout, just because she's a bully, man. Like I mean, her stand up is not gonna be. I wouldn't say as up to par with Michelle, but you never know, man. Like if she really like wants to, make some waves, she can knock her out. I mean, she has the power for it. It's just the technique. I wouldn't say it's all there, but the power, man. I mean, all it takes is one punch. So, yeah, the pick's gonna be Luana inside the distance.
Nice. Man, you actually think inside the distance, huh? Um,
Fuck it, yeah, man. I don't know. I like Michelle, but I mean, she did get knocked out by Lemos. I'm not saying that,
She ain't no
Luana.
Holly Holmes. He's
Was that?
right. He's on the. She ain't no Holly Holmes. She's old.
Yeah.
And if you're expecting Karate Hottie to be the chick you were looking at 10 years ago, you're out of your goddamn mind.
oh, I'm definitely not expecting that. I haven't. I feel like she was one that I seen pass her prime after people wanted to admit it because they like her.
Watterson
Yeah,
wins this, we're all going to be surprised. I mean, reality.
yeah.
I'll
I
be
mean, and that's
shocked.
how it
I'll
goes,
be
right?
shocked.
Yeah, exactly.
She'll get one, and then she's back in it. Yeah, just whatever. I don't wish anything bad on her, but I hope. I hope the W goes where the W should go for the divisions to progress. We'll say it that way. Anybody else actually on this fight making bets?
I just want to say one more thing. I just want to plug the stuff up on the top, because I really feel like we don't do that as much as often anymore. So, if you guys want to scroll up to the top, you guys will see all the links to everything. There's the links to the DraftKings if you guys want to join in on that. I know I haven't been doing my part in that, but I'm trying to learn honestly at this point so we can, get that going. If you guys want to, join the group chats, there's links to all that at the top. Join the community. It's right there. I mean, we need more activity in that. We're working on it. And if you wanna, you know fucking just follow follow everything. Just go up to the top. Scroll to the top. It's the first bubble. It has links to everything right there.
Hey, and if
I
you guys want to
appreciate
get
it.
on my Discord, hit me up with a message. I'll throw you on my Discord when I do my homework and I'm watching fights. Hey, why not watch it with me? Come on my Discord, hit me up. I'll give you the link.
100%. Yeah, I don't do a lot of plugging. I try not to be too spammy. I felt like it got a little spammy there for a while. The YouTube's kind of growing, and I don't know. I figured this be a slow time of year. It was slow time when we started this stuff last year. I don't know. So we're doing fine. We'll chug through, make it through the summer, back in for fall. We ain't going nowhere. Andrew, what you got next?
We've got a middleweight bout between Chris the Action Man Curtis and Kelvin Gastelum. Chris Curtis is 30-9, coming off of a win. He's 5'10", 75.5-inch reach. He is going to have a bit of a reach over Kelvin Gastelum. Kelvin is 17-8, 5'9", 71.5-inch reach. He hasn't fought in a while. So we'll see what he comes back looking like. Right now, the odds, Kelvin Gastelum minus 128, Chris Curtis plus 108. Personally, I don't know how you can bet one fighter either or. Kelvin Gastelum, I mean, he hasn't fought in a while. We don't know what he still has. What we do know is he doesn't have knockout ability, so he's not knocking Chris Curtis out. Chris Curtis is always fighting from behind, it seems like, and I love that guy. I can't feel confident one way or the other, but I am confident in the over. I do think it is going to go over easily, actually. Like I said, Kelvin Gastelum doesn't have the finish ability over Chris Curtis. Chris Curtis could, but again, Kelvin Gastelum doesn't get finished either. He's got that big hard head of his. So I like the over. It is juiced at minus 220, but hey, it's pretty easy, man. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I have very few rules. I'm not a big bettor or a big gambler or any of that. I have very few rules. Calvin Gastelum, bet the over. That's the rule. Yeah, I'm not excited. I'm not any more excited about this one as I was the one right before it. And I like Chris. I think Action Man is. I like Chris, but Calvin will figure out how to make it boring. I know it'll be exciting, and they'll stand there, and I don't know. I don't enjoy watching Calvin Gastelum fight for whatever reason. I know some people do. I'm just not one of them. I know Zaza did tape on this fight. What you got, Zaza? And ain't heard from you all night, bro. Good to talk to you.
Yo, what up, Joe? What up, Drew? What up, speakers and listeners?
What's happening? What you come up with on this fight?
Yeah, this is a consensus play. Like, just take the over. Like, this is gonna be a big snooze fest. Um, Kevin Gastelum has been training in the fight ready place, whatever. And like when this line first opened up, it was a pick 'em from each. And now, if you look at the lines now, it's minus 130 for Kevin Gastelum. So it's kind of sketchy. A super prop I would say would be Chris Curtis by decision. I forget what the numbers were, but I don't got much to say. We pretty much talked about this last week, and I agree with both you guys. I like the over.
Yeah, I didn't figure there's much to hit here. It should be a boring fight. Usman, what do you got?
Who, who? Yo, KG about to take home a win. It's about goddamn time, man. This is the other one that I said, man, I don't need to watch no damn tape for this. For one, because no matter what, I'm always betting KG. That's my boy. Always betting Ultimate Fighter. Always betting Kelvin Gastelum. And that over, of course, is going to be looking good. Hit fucking Kelvin Gastelum by decision. Why? Slow striker. I don't give a fuck if anybody wants to make fun of me. I'm talking about Curtis, a slower striker. But I don't care if anybody wants to make fun of me. I'll still say it right here, right now. Kelvin Gastelum, in the pocket, the best head movement in the UFC. And Yeah, I just feel like as soon as he gets in there, Curry's going to be throwing. He's going to be missing. Kelvin's going to be landing some good shots himself. Kelvin's going to win a boring decision, and my boy brings home a win.
All right, so I could make like 1,000 comments based off what you just said, and I could go in many different directions. But we're just going to keep this one simple, okay? There is only one KG in sports. Don't ever call him that again. His name is Kelvin. He is not KG.
Thank you, Andrew, for that.
Who's KG?
Oh, Jesus.
Kevin Garnett, baby. Who?
Is that the guy from that Adam Sandler movie?
Man, this guy Colby Covington over here.
What weight class does he fight in? He's like in PFL or something. I know how you feel about PFL.
You guys are funny.
Oh, but guys, actually, don't bet this fight because Pereira's going to fall out, and we're going to get Izzy versus KG2, and I'm going to eat that minus 1,200 or
No way
plus
possible.
1,200 plus 1,200. Kelvin Gastelum by decision. It's going to be great, guys. Don't worry. That's going to be our main event.
Get the fuck out of here, bro. That is not going to be the main event. Bro, that is not going to be
Have a
the main.
good night, boys. I'm out for the night, but I'll see you next week.
Hey, Rhino, thank you as always, bro. We'll catch you in the chat and we'll catch up with you next week.
Sounds good.
Later. I'm gonna lap that one out. Andrew, what you got next, bud?
We're headed to the main card next. That's what. We got the bantamweight bout between Raul Rosas Jr. and Christian Rodriguez. Still salty that this fight is on the main card and the Action Man fight is not, but that's okay. Raul Rosas Jr. is undefeated, as we know. He's the kid phenom. He is 7-0 undefeated. He won his debut against Jay Perrin. He is 5'9" with a 67-inch reach. Christian Rodriguez is 8-1, also coming off of a win. He's a little bit shorter at 5'7". However, he has a decent reach on him at 71.5 inches, so that's 4.5 inch difference. That's pretty wide, actually. The odds opened up at minus 225 for Rosas and Rodriguez at plus 190. It's moved a little bit, nothing crazy. Christian Rodriguez is plus 175 and Rosas is minus 205. Go ahead, Joe.
So I'll be honest, I don't have a ton on this fight. I missed about 4 of them this week. Everybody's on Rosa real heavy. I don't know. I'm probably skipping it. He's young. I don't trust him. I don't have a huge problem with the kid. I don't think he's a fade or anything. I'm probably just skipping him a few times regardless. I know Will did tape on this fight, though. Will, what you got, bud?
Yeah, okay. My phone might die, but I like Raul Rosas a lot in this because, Christian Rodriguez, he doesn't have a lot of big movements. He has a tight defense. I mean, he has a sturdy boxing, but he's willing to sit and exchange. That's the big thing, right? He's willing to have flat feet. He got taken down by Pierce like 6 times, taken down twice by Josh Weems, who's not even in the UFC. He had one fight. And, I think this is a setup fight for Raul Rosas Jr., and I think he's going to get the submission. I think his takedowns will be there because Rodriguez, his takedown defense. Can I get ranch and cookout sauce, please? It's just not there. So I like Raul Rosas a lot. He's in the parlay.
Very nice, very nice. No money line bets on him.
I'll probably play some money line bets on him, honestly, and then I'll probably take him like first round submission as a super prop.
Yeah, I think first round with this kid, if you're betting him, is probably something that you got to sprinkle at least. Is anybody going against him? Yeah, I knew that shit would be crickets. Anybody else on this fight? I figured this one would go quick, so I'm not upset if not. Yeah, unanimous decision. Until this kid gets fucking beat, I feel like it's gonna be like this every fight. Like I don't think he'll hold the room presence or the speaking presence that like talking about Chimaev will have. But I think as far as betting him goes, like just watching his line get deeper and deeper and deeper, I figure this kid's he's up next. Like that's my assumption on this kid. Andrew, what you got after this one?
Man, we got a fun one coming up next in the welterweight division. We got the Trailblazer, Kevin Holland, fighting Santiago Ponzinibbio. Kevin Holland is 23-9, coming off that loss to Hamzat. He is a very tall welterweight at 6'3". He has a huge reach at 81 inches. He's going to face Santiago Ponzinibbio, who is 30-6. He is coming off of a win, a little bit shorter at 6 foot, and an 8-inch reach disadvantage. Yeah, it looks like it opened up at minus 245 for Kevin Holland, plus 205 for Ponzinibbio. Hasn't moved too much. Kevin Holland minus 236. Santiago plus 201. This is another one of those fights, just like the Joe Pyfer one. I sitting there going, okay, is there something about this? Why it isn't a bigger line? Like, can I have something on the other side for Santiago? Is there anything he can do to him? And I just don't think there is. I think he's going to get lost on the feet. He's going to deal with a big reach advantage. He's going to get jabbed up. He's also, like Gerald Mearshart, has looked slower in his last few fights. I don't like him on the feet. And I also believe Kevin Holland has tremendously improved his wrestling. Obviously not when he's facing someone like Hamzat. But I think he might even get his wrestling going in this fight too. Pretty big odds, though, so I don't really want to straight bet that. Probably throw it in a parlay, though. What you got, Joe?
So when I seen this line and it was minus 260 for Holland and plus 210 for Ponzinibbio, I was surprised. I I I thought it would be much closer. I actually thought that maybe Ponzinibbio would even be like minus 120, minus 130. Man, I don't know. I don't have a big problem with Kevin Holland. I'm not going to go on a huge rant, but like the dude is not, he's not proving himself. Like I know everybody will talk about the levels of competition and, like, and he beat Tim Means and Alex Oliveira, but like, bro, Kevin Holland has lost a lot of fights recently. And that shit matters. I know that Santiago isn't like a world killer, but I feel like he's looked better. He's lost some split decisions. I don't know, man. I thought he would be the slight favorite. The fact that he's not, I don't know that I'll parlay him and let him bust a bunch of parlays for me, but I wouldn't be surprised if I end up taking a couple of picks that I feel like are real safe and stacking them next to him to see how good odds I can get. Because when I think you should be a favorite, like just how the line should look, and I look at it and it's the opposite of that, that's kind of like when you feel you might have an edge. So maybe I don't, but I don't think the reach or the height is going to matter for Kevin Holland. It's not like it has before. Like I've actually heard a couple people, and I've heard a couple people this week talk about, between seeing tweets and going in a space last week about it, that I was listening, bro. Like people are talking about Holland's reach and Holland's height. It doesn't matter. It hasn't fucking helped him before. So I don't know, man. I actually think Ponzinibbio was the side here. So paint me red. Call me a fucking shit capper if he loses, but he won't. Kevin Holland's gonna fucking take the L, in my opinion. Anybody else on this fight?
Kevin Holland, right?
Yep, the Kevin Holland. I agree with you, man. I don't understand why this line is plus 200 for Santiago.
I mean, wait. What do you call it? So wait, I had notes for this one. What do you call it? We're on the Kevin fight, right? My bad. I was
Oh
out for a
yeah, you
second.
did tape on this one, didn't you, bro?
Yeah. What do you call it? So
My bad, bro. I haven't
no,
missed one all night. I've been on top of it, and I fucking completely spaced on this one, bro. What you
no,
come
you're
up
good.
with on tape?
You're good. I was just confused. Like, whoa! Like I thought I got skipped for a second. All right, no. So I actually I would have agreed with you if I didn't watch any tape going into this. Initially, I was kind of feeling the same way. I thought Santiago should have been the side, but as I was watching, I was watching Kevin's tape, and really, like, for me, when I watch tape, it's for MMA is more of a what have you done for me lately type of spot. Like, so I don't go back and I don't watch like the whole careers. I only dig for certain things. Like if the guy has like good takedown defense, if he has good strike, just certain things that I want to look for. So, anyways, what I noticed in these fights with Kevin is that he was fighting fucking wrestlers, like Kyle, what was it, Kamzat? Like, come on, like that was a given. Tim Means, I mean, that was a good win. Alex, that was a good win. Uh, Vittori, I mean, that was a wrestle fuck. Brunson was a wrestle fuck. So I get those 3 losses. Um, so, anyways, I was watching tape on Ponzinibbio. It's like I was just finding ways like how he could win this, how he could do it, and the main thing that I came to conclusion was that he really desperately needs a knockout. Like, he has. I think he has to knock out Kevin. Like, I don't think that he could even what do you call it, hold down Kevin, because Kevin does. Like, I know his takedown game is really his deficiency, but I would believe that he's trying to at least work on it. I wouldn't think that he's just completely abandoning that whole game plan, and just focusing on striking. Because I mean, like I said, he lost to fucking Marvin, Derek, and then Kamzat. So it's only gonna get worse. If he doesn't work on it now. So Ponzi, man, Ponzi, he's for me. His fighting is like a very formulated. Like the way that I see it, like he drops the first round, and in the second round, like mid second round, he like we sparks. He just finds like a wind, or like, I don't, either he's a slow starter, but he's not even a slow starter because like you can see that in the first round he's game. He's trying to go for it, but it's just that he gives up too many exchanges, or he's just not. He's like afraid of like getting a big getting a big punch clipped on him. Because the thing with Ponzi is too, like, he really kind of relies on his chin. He's not the I wouldn't say he's the chinniest fighter, but I wouldn't say that he's I wouldn't say he has the greatest chin either, because he does wobble. He does shrink up with the punches. Alex Morono, that fight, he came into that fight on short notice. I think it was a week's notice, and he was beating the shit out of Ponzi. And the only reason why Ponzi won is because he fucking got like a lucky knockout. Man, yeah, I don't like Ponzi in this spot, man. I honestly believe that Kevin Holland is the better of the striker. I do think he's gonna have the better of the gas tank. I do think that Kevin could even get a fucking sub. It's just Ponzi is not. I think he's fading, man. I don't think Ponzi is the side, bro. Like, um, yeah, Kevin Holland's for sure gonna have the advantage in the power striking, and if you go back just to watch even some of the Michelle Pierre, like he was landing on Ponzi, and like I said, Ponzi, like the only fight I could really give fucking Ponzi any credit to is when I was watching him win against Geoff Neal, and even then it was like it was questionable. Like he lost the fight, but I mean that was the only one where I questioned. Okay, maybe he did deserve to win that just because of the later output in the round 3. I don't want to be a dead horse. Ponzi's not the side. Ponzi's gonna get knocked out. I think Ponzi really is gonna get knocked out. If anything, he could probably get subbed because we've seen Kevin, knock Tim Means, down to the ground and go for the darts. So there's always that too. I think Kevin's the younger fighter. I do think that he is aware of what spot he's in, with the losses. Especially after that Stephen Wonderboy Thompson fight, like it's like you could see that he was there, that he was game on the feet, and I do think fucking even Wonderboy probably can knock out Ponzi. So with that being said, the pick will be Kevin Holland. The play will be Kevin Holland. Actually, I think I'll just moneyline it because you know what? I don't even want to take the chance that he does go to decision. I know I was talking all that shit that he's gonna knock out Ponzi, but see UFC, man. You never know. So if anything, I'll probably parlay Kevin Holland with Luana, and that's gonna be the play for me.
Bro,
Just
I'm
take the money
glad you
line.
brought up Wonder Boy, man, because I totally spaced that. I was like, yeah, he's coming off a loss to Hamza. I'm like, no, he's coming off a loss to Wonder Boy. And let's
Yeah,
be
you
real, dude.
remember.
The only reason why he lost that fight is because he wanted to fucking put on an entertaining fight for the fans. He had a route to a victory, and it was through the wrestling, and he said, no, I'm not going to do that. I don't think he's going to be dumb like that this time. I think Dead Picks is spot on. I think he's going to be too much for him on the feet. Santiago, slow down, man.
Oh man, watch them inside elbows when Kevin thinks he can get close. Usman, what you
Kevin
got,
doesn't
bro?
need to get close, bro. He doesn't need to. That's the greatest thing about him. He can just fucking pick him apart from the outside.
He won't. He
What do you
won't.
mean he won't? Like,
Hold on. When does Kevin Holland do that?
Yeah,
Kevin Holland is an entertainer. Kevin Holland is gonna go out there and be like, "Oh shit, I got a good, powerful striker in front of him. Let's give him a show because I can trust my chin just as much as Ponzi can trust his. Shit, I'm gonna be hitting Ponzi live bet after that first, because Ponzi is just the fucking like Kevin Holland may be more skilled. Ponzi, the better fighter IQ, the better fighter. Like he just makes shit grimy. He knows where he has to be. Forever. I just can't fucking stop disliking Kevin Holland's. Like he doesn't. He does not use his distance because he fucking leaps into fucking position right in front of you. That's why it's so easy to take him down. That's why I think Ponzi will be able to take him down. He gives away his hips, and I am scared of fucking a Holland submission. I think even if Ponzi takes him down, Holland can get the sub. I think his jiu-jitsu is what is overlooked, but like you just think of Kevin like if they did one of those silhouettes or like the drawings of fucking fighters fighting, you can see the fight and you can know, oh, that's Kevin Holland because he's fucking doing big ass jumps and lunges into his punches, overextending like crazy. And yeah, it fucking hurts when it lands, but it leaves a lot of fucking opportunities to get countered with a big hook or be taken down like he's done before. Shit, I want to bet on the fucking vet that's going to be grimy, that's going to know how he has to win. And I like Ponzi after the first round.
man,
Look,
you're
man, even
saying vet like Kevin Holland's some fucking rookie who just started yesterday, bro. Anyways,
so the thing with
no,
Ponzi
that's
is
good. Dead picks, that's good because basically what Usman just said is him and Joe want to do push-ups next Tuesday. That's all I got out of that. So be ready to do those push-ups.
one
Give
thing
me the number.
I want to add. Oh, so the thing about Ponzi is too like he's yeah, you're right. He's grimy, right? He makes it a grimy fight. But the thing is that with this punches that he throws like he throws. I get it, but they're not even that hard, bro. Like he could even put away Geoff like in that fight, bro. Like I'm telling you, like there was like moments like in certain fights like where it was just so close and you could tell that he was giving it his all. But the thing is that his punches were just not effective, later on in those rounds. Kevin, I honestly trust Kevin's chin way more than Ponzi. And the thing with Ponzi is too, like he doesn't even like really guard well or like roll the punches. Like I don't know, like man, it's just I really do think that like now you're making me want to take this Kevin Holland knockout prop, man. Like fuck, cause man,
bro. Why would you do that dumb shit? Listen, bro.
the
So,
dumb shit is playing Ponzi. How you gonna tell me, bro? Like you guys are like
bro, where did the
making a
myth
case.
start? So how? Who in this room started the myth that Holland is the better fighter? Which one of you was that? He
He
is
is a
not
better
the better
striker.
fighter.
He
I don't
is.
even know why Usman acknowledged that. What is he? The better striker? No. Fuck no, he's
Oh
not
my
the better striker.
god.
Is he the better
Okay.
takedown artist? No. Okay, so if it gets into the ground and Kevin wins the scramble, he's got great jujitsu. Okay, great fucking path. He's not gonna outstrike Santanibio. He's not or Santiago. He's not gonna fucking take him down. You guys are crazy on
Hold
this
up,
shit.
Kevin's more
Skip.
dangerous
Hold
in the
up,
feet.
Skip.
What are
Hold
you
up, Skip.
talking about? Oh my god.
I like
Bro,
it when Dave says, "What are you talking
I
about?"
love this. I love
It's
this
it's
right
it's
now.
kind of disrespectful. I love it. I love it.
Bro, I'm just saying, like,
Ponzi, man, he's like, I'm telling you, bro. You could go back and watch it on the tape, bro. We're talking about tape, bro. Like Ponzi's not the guy, bro. Like he literally like, you punch him and he just like fucking he shakes his head and is like, oh, like what's going on? And then he fucking just like, oh right, I'm in a fight, and then he just fucking tries to get out the way, and it's just he's not good, man. If he's gonna be relying on that chin, bro, like Kevin all day, bro. Like he doesn't guard. I'm telling you, bro. Defensively, I'm stand up. Like Ponzi doesn't do shit, bro. Yeah, Kevin overextends. Yeah, Kevin could get caught, but Ponzi doesn't even have the power. Ponzi's not
bro,
gonna.
just to be clear, in 35 fights, Ponzi has never been subbed. And in 32 fights, Kevin has tapped 3 motherfucking times. I don't want to hear that shit. He ain't tapping no motherfucking Ponzinibbio. You boys are out your goddamn mind.
Bro, he don't need to. He's just gonna jab his ass up, dude. Wait till the end of the fight. Santiago's face is gonna look like he got ran over by a truck. Just fucking watch.
Santiago's face always looks like he gets run over by a truck. I'll definitely 100% bow down and give you that he is defensively irresponsible. The dude likes to get hit, but
Hell yeah.
he fucking gets hit and he gets in your face. Like when Dead was like, what is he going to do, shake his head? It's like he's exactly going to shake his head. He's going to shake those cobwebs off and he's going to get in his fucking face. And I mean, I don't like...
Hey, I'll do you one better, bro. He's got better striking defense than Holland does.
Oh, Jesus Christ, bro.
Hey,
Bro, the
hey,
numbers don't
Yo,
lie.
I
yo,
was
Bro,
going to
we need
say,
to
what are
lap
the
this.
numbers?
We need
61%
to
or
lap this.
52%. The numbers don't lie, son. What
Cade,
do you
go
want
ahead,
me to
bro.
say?
Cade, go ahead, bro.
Yeah, what's up, guys? It's been a long night. I'm sorry I'm late, but
You're good,
Holland,
bro. It's nice to have you.
I'm laughing at this shit because are we gonna act like Pons wasn't losing his last fight before he caught Murano?
That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I
Are
said,
we gonna
bro.
act like
And
Holland
are
hasn't
we
lost
not
all
gonna
his
are we
last
hold on
fights?
are we gonna sit here and not act like Lee didn't put that boy to sleep and Larkin? Holland is gonna fucking dust this fool. I'm calling KO is the move, bro. Pons ain't beating him in no striking fight. Come on, man.
Bro,
Holland,
you are fucking, you're
Holland
How much
lost
you
to.
delusional.
throwing? How much
Hold
you
on,
throwing?
Holland lost to Chimaev when they threw that shit on him in 13 hours notice. Yeah, by the way, you're fighting Chimaev, bro.
Bro, I'm not impressed by that. I don't care. I don't give no fucks about that. Kevin Holland ain't no knockout artist. I am not worried about that man knocking out Santiago at all, or Santiago at all, bro.
But Santiago's getting old, slower. Like Andrew said, he ain't this. He ain't the side here, man. Kevin Holland's lost 2 tough fights. He's about to come out and dust this man, bro. I'm telling you, I've been calling him, bro. Like
Older and
Holland,
slower. Did you guys watch the Moreno
Holland,
fight?
Holland is not losing to this
None
man
of you
Pons,
watched the
bro.
Moreno fight. None of you.
Yeah, I saw Ponzi getting his shit kicked in until he got the fucking knockout. Like what? Like end of round 2, round 3. Yeah, I was really
It
impressed
was
by
it
him
was
getting his
round
shit
3,
pressed.
and he was down 2018. Morano fucking flunked that fight
So
because
so what we're saying is we're saying Kevin Holland hits harder than Alex Morano.
Alex Moreau that came in on a week's notice. I honestly trust Kevin Holland in the training camp. Yeah,
You
I
boys
do
are
think.
crazy. Kevin, why? Because Kevin Holland in the training camp has lost more times than having Kevin Holland not in the
hey,
training camp.
Kevin's gonna hit that boy with that 1-2 right down the pipe, and down goes Pons.
You better hope so, because if he can't do that, he's gonna try to smack him on the ears and then hope he doesn't get beat up, bro. That's all he's gonna fucking do. So you better hope that shit works.
Hey, Joe, I think you need some support in this. And I just want to let you know I'm backing you up because I believe what you're saying is going to be what happens during this fight. So I stand behind you. I think Holland is going to, he's more of a showman. You know, he just wants to get in there. He wants to impress Dana. He's looking for his next fight before he's even in this fight. So I think this is going to go to Ponzi, and I think it's going to go the distance.
All right, looks like Senko wants to do push-ups too. Let's get it.
Listen, bro, I
What's
heard
up,
Kevin
Andrew?
Holland
You
in
got
the
to record the
octagon
push-ups.
asking another grown man, Why you hit me so hard, bro? Y'all not gonna impress
Bro,
me with
he's a
Kevin Holland.
you know damn well he be joking around. And second of
He
all,
was
I was
not
hold on, hold on,
joking.
hold
Get
on.
the fuck out of
Hey,
here.
hold on.
He
Hey,
wanted to know why
hey,
that man was
hey,
hitting him
hold
so
on.
hard. I heard
Hey,
this shit. I rewound it.
hey, hold on, Joe. And you know the UFC loves Kevin Holland. They're like, you know what? We gave you Chimaev on like 13 hours notice. Then we gave you a little fun fight with Stephen Wonderboy Thompson. You know, threw you in there at the vet. Now we gonna give you Pons. Just dust his ass into retirement.
Bro, I haven't even started clowning you guys because he got finished by Wonder Boy. Wonder Boy finishes nobody.
Bro, he
Wonder
broke
Boy
his
ain't
hand. What do you
finished
fucking
nobody.
expect?
Bro, last time Wonder Boy finished somebody, Jesus was walking around and shit. Kevin Holland couldn't fucking make it 5 rounds with his ass. But fucking Jesus was betting on shit last time Stephen Thompson had a fucking knockout. But it's all
If he
right, bro.
knew,
It's
it,
okay.
it,
We just gonna act like Kevin Holland is some elite striker and he's about to be a champion of something other than fucking Bellator. Y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy. He will in his career raise Bellator gold above his head though. He fucking will.
Not if you're a slob, I'm a slob. Is there, man? No way.
Just be ready,
I,
Joe.
I
Just be
hope I
ready.
hope Kevin I hope Kevin Holland does raise Bellator gold because I get to watch his ass fight and I'll fucking love that shit.
Yeah,
I'm
that
No,
not
was
he's
gonna
not
lie.
sweet,
beating on the
bro.
slob. No,
Hey,
there's
did
no
you know
chance.
you were gonna get to be there, Kate, or did that shit come up last second?
No, I knew, and I'm gonna go. I was gonna apply to the cards in Hawaii, but it's expensive to get out there last minute because I think they're coming up this month actually. But I'm gonna go to Chicago.
Nice, very nice, bro. When is
Yo,
Chicago?
let me know.
Chicago's in June, and then in September, I'm working on getting my passport and stuff situated because I'm trying to go do their card in Dublin too in September.
Oh, that'd be fucking sweet, Kate. That'd be real
Bro,
sweet.
Dead Pix lives in Chicago.
Dead
What's
Pigs,
up,
you live in
Kay?
Chicago?
Come on, bro. Let's get some steak dinner or some shit,
Hey,
bro.
bro,
Come on.
don't you need somebody to like carry your cameras or something?
Yeah,
Dead
bro.
Pigs
I was
could do
just
that
about to
shit.
tell you. I'm not even joking, bro. I was just about to tell you. I don't think anyone's going to be able to make it out to Chicago with me if I end up doing that event. I'll know in the next month or so, but I can apply for up to 3 people. So, yeah,
Put
I'll
that
keep
camera on
you.
your shoulder, Dead Pigs, and carry that bitch around.
good
Shit,
luck
I'll be
getting
up
a
for it, man.
passport.
Hell yeah. I'll hit
Bro,
you up, Kay.
listen though, Dead Pigs, if you go and I gotta see Cade asking questions, not on fucking camera again, bro. I'm blaming you, not Cade. I'm blaming your ass, bro. Cade's always there solo trying to knock his shit out. He gets you in there, you better hold the fucking camera, bro. Hold the camera.
Nah, Dead Pig still got to hold it. We got a tripod. He's got to ask some questions.
He said he better just point that motherfucker at me. Anyways, Andrew, what you got next, bro?
Man, we're moving on to the next one. I'm excited Will did tape on this because we talked about this all fucking week. I was so excited when this fight got announced. We have Rob Font and Adrian Yanez in a bantamweight matchup. Rob Font is 19-6, coming off of a couple losses. He's 5'8" with a 71.5-inch reach. He's fighting Yanez, the fan favorite. He is 16-3. He's an inch shorter and a little bit shorter reach at 70 inches. Let's see if we look at the odds. Looks like Rob Font is plus 155. Adrian Yanez minus 180. I will be betting this fight, and I will be fading most of what people think. I am not going with Adrian Yanez. I am going with Rob Font. I love when this fight got announced because I've learned that this game is all about matchups, and this is not a good matchup for Yanez. I think just to sum it up quickly, Rob Font's going to put pressure on him like Costa, except he's not going to quit after one round. He's just going to keep bringing it. Barring him getting caught by a knockout, I think he wins a decision fight. But Will tells it very beautifully. After Joe goes, Will's going to kill it.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna hit this one too hard. I want to say I'm gonna be very fair. I didn't look hard into this one because I'm a big Adrian Yanez fan. I don't know how long you guys been on Twitter or MMA twittering, but like he put in work with fans, bro. That means I think that shit means a lot from fighters. Like he gained his fame, so to speak, because he fucking earned it, winning a fight and getting on here, interacting with people, talking to people. So I'm real big on him. He follows me on Twitter and shit. I'm fucking huge on him. But I think minus 180 and Font at plus 155 is maybe a little delusional, and the line should probably be minus 120 for Adrian, plus 105 for Rob, maybe even money. Like I don't know. I see where Rob can. So Rob, even when he's stepping backwards, like even when he's walking backwards, he will reverse the position and step in to connect. And Yanez has got to connect with those hooks to be really effective. So he's going to have to be able to bob left or bob right and literally connect with some combinations. And if Rob can connect the 1-2, the simple 1-2 right up the middle, if he can time it correctly, man, I'm very worried for Adrian. I actually think Rob could finish him if he can find the timing over what Adrian can find. I think it's a battle of timing here. Will, go ahead.
Yeah, so I like Rob Font a lot in this matchup because we saw Yanez get battered by that jab of Costa in round one. I mean, his face was all bloody, and then Costa, he gassed out, became a punching bag, literally threw nothing back, kind of quit, and that's when Yanez got his finish. Against Davy Grant, Yanez did his best work when Davy Grant would rush in and throw hooks. He would get inside Yanez's range. Font doesn't do that. Font does a really good job of fighting behind his jab and setting things up, pressuring when needed. And that's going to be the game plan to defeat Yanez. I mean, Yanez knockout over Tony Kelly, not that impressive to me. Tony Kelly rushed in. That's when Yanez hurt him. Font's too smart of a veteran. We saw his teammate get beat up by Max Holloway, come back, and then defeat another hot prospect named Jikatse. So, I like Rob Font a lot here. I'm going to be betting his money line. Probably bet him to finish Yanez. Just don't know it way yet. But yeah, Rob Font.
Man, well, that's fucking heartbreaking as a Giannis fan. Cade, go ahead.
Uh, I personally, when I look at this matchup, I do think the jab is going to be effective for Rob Font, but Giannis is a fucking dog, bro, and I feel like he could finish Rob Font before Rob Font finishes him. Giannis has never been finished in his career, by the way. His 3 losses have all been by decision. So, if you think Rob Font's gonna finish him, man, good luck, man. That dude's a fucking dog. I really don't. And not saying he's fought anyone like Rob Font or up to that experience level, but I think Yanez would finish Rob Font before Rob Font would finish Yanez. If Rob Font beats Yanez, it's probably going to be on the scorecards.
Man, it's I won't even jump back in. Zaza, go ahead.
Yeah, put me down for Giannis.
Just
I
plain and
mean,
simple, huh?
you
Giannis, it
think
is.
Yanez is going to be active enough to knock out Font? Because, I mean, Font, he's going to be the minute winner. I mean, he pretty much won round 1 and 2 against Vera and Aldo. He just got clipped at the end when they decided to come forward and throw it right through the guard. Yanez loves the hooks.
Bro, Giannis is going to be on his back foot the whole fucking fight.
Font has proven 5-round cardio, guys. We saw Costa, who has the same style as Font, literally beat up Yanez, and then he quit on himself because he smoked cigs. And dude, I'm just very confident in Font, though.
Hey, I'll tell you what. If Giannis does knock him out, like I said, if he does, he can knock him out. He has the ability to. If he does, I'll admit Rob Font is completely washed. But I just think he's been fighting elite guys, and I don't think Adrian Yanez is elite yet. I just don't. I think he's taking a huge fucking leap in competition.
I agree that it's a huge leap in level of competition. If those were the words that you used right there, Andrew, I
It's a
definitely
big test.
agree. But I don't think he's necessarily not up to it. Man, I feel like I need to defend my boy a little bit. If he can time if he can time the sidestep and land the hooks, Rob will be in a lot of trouble.
Where's Rob ranked in the rankings?
I don't know. I didn't even look. And
He's
that's
always
not,
been top 10 as far as I know.
He
Yeah,
is top 10, but where in top 10?
He's like in the 5 to 10 range. I'd probably say like
I'd say
I was
7.
gonna say 7.
Yeah, same. Because he used to be number 5. I know he definitely dropped after that loss.
You
He's
want me to
number
look
Yeah,
it up?
6 right now.
I can
he's
look
if
it up.
if you are taking Yanez, what I will say is it's going to be later in the fight, not early. So if you are going to take him, you might as well take him by like second round knockout, third round knockout.
The thing about Yanez is
Hold
if
on,
he
I'm looking
wins,
up where the rankings at.
if Yanez wins, is he going to fight O'Malley? Is he going to fight Marab? Is he going to fight Vera? I mean, how well does he do against those people? I mean, I
yeah.
don't
So
think he's
that's what
coming.
I was
Fucked
just gonna
up by
say.
O'Malley.
He
Jesus, it's
he would
not
get
even
messed
a
up.
close fight.
I mean,
Yeah,
so Yanez is number 12 in the rankings. Font's number 6. That's I mean, that's a pretty
that's a huge difference, bro. That's a
that is a
huge
And I
huge
difference.
don't
that
even
is a
care
huge
about the rankings because the rankings are
No,
garbage in
but
the
if you really
UFC.
look at the rankings, like that's, I mean, yeah, realistically, he should probably be fighting like number 8 or 9. But I think that
Is
Munoz isn't ready, and I forgot who I was just looking at right now. The other guy that I was looking at isn't ready. So
I
it's
mean,
kind of
as
like
a
Rob Font was the option for him to fight, and I mean, fucking props to him, bro. He's fucking putting his
Ranking on the
He's
line.
he's he's betting on himself to fucking beat Rob Font, bro. And like I don't knock guys for that shit, bro. It's like if you fucking think you're gonna go in there and fucking shock the world and fucking smoke Rob Font, bro, go do it. Shit.
Well, that's how the game goes, though. I mean, Rob Font's on a losing streak against the top 5 guys, so naturally he's going to have to fight down. You have this guy in Giannis who they're trying to bring up in the UFC because they know he's a fan favorite and they know he's exciting. And so it's like what Wes said. Wes said he thinks that that's like the only favorable matchup in the top 10 for him to get there. But I disagree, man. I don't think it's going to be that easy.
The problem I
I
see
just
too.
don't think he wins at all.
I see a problem with Robin. He's won one of his last 3 fights, and his last fight was Cody Garbrandt. I think this is going to be a real test for him right now because I think he's fighting with his back against the wall. So I like to see. I want to see how that plays out. Adrian Yanez, he's a good striker, um, and he does put pressure on you. So does Rob. But so we'll be seeing what happens in the middle of that cage because I think it's going to be interesting. I really do think Rob is fighting with his back against the wall, and they're telling you need to get moving because if you lose another fight, you're getting cut. You know, um, so yeah, I think he's got a lot. He's got a lot of stake in it too. So maybe he's training a little extra harder. He's looking for extra training partners, extra sparring. I think he's put it together, and I think he defeats Adrian Yanez in a decision.
Man, Rob Font's a fucking fade. He was out getting drunk with fucking Ben the Bane Davis.
Man, you
I mean,
boys
bro,
are.
he wasn't getting drunk. He was actually there supporting his teammate. But we can all agree
I'm
that
literally
Giannis
kidding.
is one dimensional, right? He's one dimensional, right? So is he
Yeah.
a top 6 fighter?
No.
Yes,
No.
we'll see.
I haven't seen Adrian
All
Yanez
right, all
wrestle
right,
yet.
Wait,
So
I
all
actually
right,
have a
all right.
legitimate question about this fight. I have a legitimate question about this fight. Everybody in competition. So Rob Font, if I remember correctly, Rob Font doesn't really go to the ground in his fights, correct? He's more he's more about his boxing. Like he's
Yeah,
more
that's
of
a
a
fair
boxer than
statement.
anything, correct?
That's a fair statement.
Okay, yeah, because I'm trying to think back on his last couple fights. I don't remember him going to the ground at all. But
no,
like
he doesn't
Yanez,
have
for
any.
instance, all of his fights that he's been able to knock people out and stuff like that, other than I think the 2 subs that he's had in his career, I'm wondering if he goes to a different approach in this fight because, a lot of people forget that he's a black belt in jiu-jitsu. And I'm not saying he's going to sub Rob Font or nothing like that. Don't put that on my fucking in my mouth. But I'm saying, like, I just wonder if he's going to try to maybe switch something up against Rob Font and not try to bang with him. It really wouldn't surprise me. I know, like, if you watch tape, that's not what you're seeing, but
Bro,
just
Yana's got hands. I
no,
ain't
he
trying
does.
to.
He does have hands for sure. But I'm saying, like, I wonder if he's gonna try to switch it up this fight and play it smart so he gets that victory, or at least tries to.
Is that dude still around? Yana's got hands. Whatever happened to him? Sorry.
I don't
Go
know
ahead.
what happens to Yana's got hands. Usman, what you got, bro? Because I'm about to lap this fight out.
Yeah, I think for this fight is when I'll start putting on my narrative cap. And it was a joke in the group chat, but this shit has just stayed in my head. Uh, Fucking Friday last week, April Fools, Brussels sprouts, cake pops. What did I say? All that shit that we like that's sweet, it's gonna get tasting real bitter when the underdogs come in. And I feel like we got Izzy gonna fucking take out the sweetness of the new hot fucking Alex Pereira. Masvidal's gonna do that to fucking Gilbert Burns. And
all right.
I
That's it.
think I
That's it.
think I
That's
think
it.
Rob Font is gonna show everybody like I'm the boxer in this division, and I'm just a little bit too much right now. I fucking wish this was like Pedro Munoz or fucking give Rafael Sunsal his fucking career back so we can go get knocked out by Yanez. Like I think this is just a little too much too soon, but excited about it.
Yeah, that's my problem with it, to be honest. Is like, so I mean, and I like Adrian a lot, but okay, if you do beat Rob, who the fuck are you? You're fighting down. He's for sure fighting down. He's not fighting up in the rankings. There's no way he's fighting one of them top 6 guys yet. He needs more. I don't know. I feel like he needs more top 10 experience. Listen, we've all said our piece. We're going back and forth. I'm gonna laugh this one out. Andrew, what you got next?
Man, you know what we got next? We got the co-main. This fight's been talked about. It seems like it's narrative versus tape for this fight. We have Gilbert Burns and Jorge Masvidal. Gilbert Burns, 21-5, coming off of a win. He's 5'10" with a 71-inch reach. Masvidal is 35-16, coming off of a few losses. He is 5'11" with a 74-inch reach. When the odds opened, Masvidal plus 390, minus 490 for Gilbert. Currently, it's Gilbert minus 450 and Jorge plus 350. I've seen that Twitter is kind of divided on this fight. I'm not betting this fight at all. I'm just going to sit back and enjoy and see what we are blessed with. Go ahead, Joe.
So I did do some notes on this fight. Um, Jorge's 2-3 in his last 5. Gilbert's 3-2 in his last 5. Jorge lost back to back against Usman for the belt. Then he lost to Kobe. I know everybody knows that, but it was a clear loss in my opinion. But I still think George has good hands. He claims he can out grapple Gilbert, and I seen him some videos where he's talking about these fucking grappling competitions he did once upon a lifetime ago or whatever. And I'm not trying to take away. I don't know that he can out grapple Gilbert, but he does have good takedown defense. I doubt he can completely stop the takedown, but I mean, it's probably not going to be one of those deals where he goes out there and just gets taken down repeatedly, repeatedly, repeatedly. But both guys are actually like in the twilight of their career. Like Jorge, everybody's talking about Jorge's old. Fucking Burns is 36, man. But the difference is he's looked good. He beat Magny, no fucking problem. Looked real good doing it. His fight before that, his fight of the year against Chimaev, like I don't know, dudes look good. I don't have an official pick, like side for the fight. I'm a Jorge fan. I want him to win. I'm not confident he can. Um, my bet for this fight, though, is fight to go the distance. Um, yes. I actually think this one goes the distance. Yeah, I don't know. Just something in me tells me this one is makes it to the fucking bell. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. If I had to sprinkle a prop on that, it would be Gilbert Burns by unanimous decision. Um, yeah, yeah, that's where I'm at on it. Cade put his hand up first. Go ahead.
Yeah, when I first saw this fight get announced, I was heavily on Gilbert. I think I even said, like, I think Gilbert just beats the shit out of him. But then I started really thinking about it and, like, started looking at some things too and some numbers and watched a couple things on tape, but not, like, too heavy. Masvidal does have really good takedown defense. It's actually not bad. For as long as he's been fighting, 74% is not a bad takedown defense number. Uh, and that number probably drastically changed when he fought Colby, but it was higher. But to be honest with you, if Masvidal can stop Gilbert from taking him down, and this plays into his cards of a stand-up fight, not that Gilbert can't catch him, because Gilbert does have power in his hands and stuff like that, but I don't know, man. I think at plus 380 or 360, whatever Masvidal's line is at, like that's worth to bet on to me. Like Masvidal to me is not no plus 380. And when I saw that line and then started looking at some things and then saw how the UFC, I'm not playing the narrative shit. I really try not to get involved in that. But then the UFC's really trying to set this like they're really hoping to set this Masvidal and Leon fight up somewhere in the future. It just all makes sense for Jorge to win this fight. Uh, I don't know, man. I'm gonna bet. I'm not gonna. I might straight bet it and just throw a little bit on it, but I'll probably parlay Masvidal on like 2 or 3 different parlays just because, bro. You get plus 6,000-7,000 odds just by throwing them in there. Fuck yeah, dude.
So I will say this. I agreed with you for a minute. Um, then I remembered that Gilbert doesn't have to take him down. Jorge has great takedown defense, and he will stand against the cage and prove it to you for the whole fight if he has to. No problem. Usman fucking proved it. Colby was able to hold him against the cage when he needed to. Gilbert don't have to take him down. He can fucking put him against the cage and toe stomp him to victory. Usman proved that. Yeah, I can't. I love George. And I was live for the fucking 5-second KO, and I got great memories of the guy. And I didn't even know that was him in the Kimbo fights I used to watch until a UFC promo told me that shit. I was like, oh my God, I can't believe that's the same dude. But, like,
Ask you this then,
bro,
Joe. Do you think Gilbert has the strength to hold Masvidal there, or the technique to hold? I'm not trying to disrespect. I'm just asking you as from a perspective. Do you think he's that guy that can just hold Masvidal there all fight? Because Usman and Colby are phenomenal wrestlers. Gilbert's a good wrestler too and has good jiu-jitsu and everything, but is he that guy like an Usman or Colby that's going to be able to just keep him where he wants?
yeah, he'll work harder. Like, he'll sprawl harder than Usman had to. Usman almost looked like he was just fucking standing there, right? Like, Usman almost made it look like I am literally just standing here holding this dude against the cage, big brothering him. I don't think it's that type of situation, but I think it's the type of situation that you see a lot in situation where guys do not want to strike with somebody and they are strong enough to kind of control them. And man, I'm not talking shit right now. You see it a lot in women's MMA where a woman's able to sprawl and just hold another woman there. Like, just that's the technique. I can sprawl out. I'm thick enough, strong enough, wide enough that you're not going to move me out of your way and you can't push me off of you. So I'm going to fucking hold you here. I think that is, if nothing else, I think that is the given formula to get the UD over Jorge. So if Gilbert can't get him down and can't find success, I think Jorge will have small windows where Gilbert is closing the distance to put him against the cage. Maybe he clips him. I won't be real mad. It's not going to kill my night if Jorge wins. I'll be happy for him as a person. I want to see him fight more. But he's talking about retiring if, like, this is it if he loses. And I got feelings about that shit, too. You say the word retirement, I'll never fucking bet on you again. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not trying to be a hater. I think Gilbert is the side, and it doesn't make me happy to say it. Is anybody else on this fight besides me and Cade?
Yeah, I like Gilbert too. Like you said, Masvidal's contemplating retirement. Gotta fade that.
Jorge
Yeah.
knockout. Let's go. Narrative boys rule. Woo! Nah, but honestly, I'm just gonna take Jorge just based on everything that Cade was saying. I honestly strongly agree with everything that he was saying. I don't like doing that, but yeah, that's just the way it is. I think Jorge does get it done. Like he said, UFC is banking on it. Wouldn't be surprised if that's really what they want. So let's go with
Well,
Jorge.
I believe that Gilbert, when he faced his last striker, that was a striker, Stephen Wonderboy, he kept him pinned against the cage the whole time and kept taking him down. And I don't with Holland, not Holland. I'm sorry, but I don't think he's got the chin anymore, and I don't think he's got the ability to get up because you saw Usman still out wrestled him. He tired him out eventually, and he kept him down. And he did the same thing with Stephen Wonderboy. So I think that this definitely, I can see it definitely going with Gilbert Burns. I'm behind Gilbert on this one.
You know, I went this whole fucking discussion without bringing up that fucking Gilbert Burns Stephen Thompson fight. And I'm not gonna now. I'm not gonna now. And I'll tell you why I'm not gonna now. It's because that motherfucker cost me a parlay, a whole card parlay and thousands of dollars. I'm fucking pissed about it. I literally looked at the homie. I was there live, and I looked at my buddy, and I said, I should wait back in line and rebet this whole parlay because Steven Thompson's going to fuck this up, and Gilbert Burns is going to win this fight. I bet chalk. I looked at my buddy. I said, oh, every favorite on this card is going to win. Let's go. And he was like, what? I'm like, let's go to the booth. And I walked up there and placed the bet. I don't remember exactly what I bet. It was 25 or $50, and it was to win a few $1,000. And then we're walking away, and I'm like, bro, I should go rebet this because Steven Thompson is going to fuck this up. I was like, this shit is a lock, but Steven Thompson is going to fuck this up. And the line went from like 4 people to like 40 people because it was almost time to go into the fight. And I was like, nah, fuck it. It'll be fine. And bro, fuck that fight. Fuck that fight. Fuck that fight. I'm pissed, still pissed about that fucking fight. Anyway, fuck this whole fight. Andrew,
Yo,
what you
you
got
sounded
next, bro?
pissed, Joe. You sounded pissed.
Can I say something? Because I just joined.
Average, how you doing, bro?
Hey lads, sorry about joining this late. I was doing some stuff with the family. I hope you guys don't mind.
Glad to
Yeah,
see you. You on this fight? Who you taking?
yeah. I don't know what you guys talked about, but I'm on Gilbert for this fight. I think like his style of grappling, he wants to grab you and never let go, and Jorge's tendency to throw kicks instead of leading with the hands when he's up against grapplers is like a weird tendency that he has. I think like Covington might have caught him with one or two of those kicks at one stage in their fight. I think that like based on like recent performances, even when Gilbert has lost, he's had moments of absolute brilliance. So I think Gilbert's going to win, and I don't think he's going to submit him because Jorge hasn't been submitted since like 2009. I think he's going to get the decision.
Man, good man. That's what I think too. Gilbert fucking UD. That is what I am on. Anybody? Oh, I see. Oh, no. All nonsense. What's happening, bud? Go ahead.
How y'all doing tonight? Hope y'all having a good Tuesday night.
Yeah, not bad. How you doing, bro?
Doing good. But in regards to Gilbert and Jorge, I'd have to give it to Gilbert because he is a fucking dog. Like he gave Kamaru trouble in that first round, which caused Kamaru to really turn it on. Granted, Kamaru got that win, but again, Jorge is tough. I mean, Gilbert is tough, and against Kamzat, I almost had it for Gilbert, but Kamzat's pressure got him that win. But again, Gilbert's tough. He's a tough motherfucker, and no disrespect to Jorge, but he's getting up there. And again, about the retirement thing, I don't know if that's going to put him into the wrong mindset. But yeah, unanimous Gilbert out.
Man, I love it. I love it. Usman, go ahead.
Yeah. So I can't bet it, but I'm telling y'all, if y'all want big money, go ahead and hit Jorge split decision. Um, all y'all are talking about the takedown defense, and yeah, it's great. And I am scared a little bit about him just leaning up against the fence, like Joe said, and letting Gilbert just hold on to him. But let's look at it two ways. If we're talking about how the UFC is trying to get the most money out of Jorge and his retirement, of course they're bringing him to Miami. And I think the linear shots, the fucking stutter step, fucking hook, straight shot, I think that's a good path for him to fucking land some good damage on Gilbert Burns and earn respect early. I like the kicks to the body that'll slow him down. I like fucking that Masvidal obviously looks like he's on the juice. And they're gonna try and set it up for the Leon fight. I think finally, after being the king of split decision losses, he's gonna get a greasy one in his hometown that everybody's gonna drum up, and it's gonna have all the fucking pay-per-view views and tweets and all that shit. And Masvidal's gonna take home a greasy win.
I will say this, bro. If that shit comes true, I'm tuning into WWE next week so I can get the
Just,
script.
just on Masvidal's takedown defense, you know how he mostly does it? He elbows his opponents in the back of the head.
That's good takedown defense, if you ask me. I mean, I don't.
No, that's Herb Dean's fault.
I think that's good takedown defense. Will, what you got, bro?
Yeah, so I think Gilbert Burns is going to take a dive. I'm fully bought into the narrative because, the UFC wants to sell tickets, and everyone in Miami is going to go to that show just to see Jorge Masvidal win, just like they bought tickets for Leon Edwards. I mean, I think Jorge is going to get the win. I don't know how, but all nonsense. Pete Keterson, I see you like Street Beast, man. If you want to watch my fight, leave a comment saying I won, please. I was robbed. But
You
yeah, Jorge
got
Masvidal.
robbed.
I was robbed by the judges, yeah. But yeah,
No shit. I didn't even see it, bro. Send me a link.
I
Take a
got you.
dive right here. What the hell?
It's the pinned tweet on my picture.
Oh, I'm fucking going as soon as the space is over. If that's everybody, I'm gonna tap this one. Well, hold on. Aussie's coming up. What you got, Aussie? He was. Yeah, there he is. Aussie, you there, bud?
He's muted.
Yeah, that's all right. Uh, anybody else? No, that's okay. Um, Andrew, what you got next? I know what it is, but what you got next?
Main event time. That's what we got next. We got the champ Alex Pereira and the wow. It's hard to say it that way.
Say it.
No.
Do it.
Versus the former champ Izzy Adesanya. God, that sounds weird as shit. Pereira's 7-1 in his professional record, obviously coming off of a win. He's huge, 6'4", 79-inch reach. Izzy is 23-2. He's obviously coming off the loss. Same height. He has a 1-inch reach. The odds are still pretty close, man. Izzy's a minus 135. Alex is a plus 115. I don't know, man. I obviously like Izzy, and I would like to think he wins just based off technique because it's hard to fade technique. But just given their past history with their matches, he's always winning the fight until he's not. And it's hard not to think that Alex can't do it again. So, yeah, I'm not betting this fight at all. Again, I'm just going to enjoy it. Main events are janky, so I'm not fucking with it. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, so listen, I'm not trying to be funny or anything. Like, I used to have this thing, right? So I used to do like these little magic tricks when I was a kid. And I'm talking when I was a kid, but when you might be old enough to get somebody to say, you can't do it again, and you'd be like, well, I bet you, for that little bag of chips you got, I could do it again. And I would do like these card tricks at the roller rink and shit sometimes. Not all the time, just every now and then, right? And what you used to wait for is you used to sit there and like do a card trick for your buddy, right? And you would make sure other people could see it. And then you would wait for somebody to look at you and say, I bet you can't do that again. Because then you knew, well, of course I can do it again. I just fucking did it. Didn't you see me? Okay. What do you want to bet me, dummy? And then you would take their chips or the pop that they said they buy you or whatever it was, right? I feel like this is the same shit, bro. Like we've seen this. He's already showed us. Like, bro, he's done this trick for us. He's like, Wes is not here. Me and Wes had a fallout, I think, in the chat where we argued, and I ain't seen him in here since. But me and Wes both specifically told everybody Izzy is going to point well. He is going to look better. Then he is going to lose. It's the same shit. Rinse, fucking repeat, man. Okay, if you want to go on Murphy's Law narrative, Murphy's Law says that if Izzy gets 47 title shots against AP, he'll win at least one of them. Murphy's Law. So Murphy's Law is closing in on us, and the odds of Izzy winning are becoming much better based on Murphy's Law, but bro, this dude has beat him 3 times. And like, I love how everybody's like, but Izzy was winning. And then AP knocked him out cold. And then when they fought in MMA, Izzy was winning again. And then AP fucking knocked him out. And everybody's acting like AP's the better fighter. I'm not comparing AP to Muhammad Ali in any means, but when Muhammad Ali used to wait to the 8th round to lay it on somebody, he was a fucking hero for it. Apparently, AP is just a shitty fighter for it. Bro, I'm on AP all fucking day on this fight. All day. Cade, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Joe. I'm going to play devil's advocate. History says AP owns Izzy, and he does. And he's not a shitty fighter. He's a very good fighter, actually, in my opinion. And he possesses a lot of fucking power. And he can end the fight whenever he wants. Whereas Izzy is, he's a technical nightmare, or a stylistically technical nightmare, I guess you could say. I don't really know how to put it, but I think in the last fight, Izzy won 3-4 rounds. Then he got knocked out in the 5th. Alex could do that again, but to me,
He's done it twice.
yeah, and I think he could do it again, but I think Izzy, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't see it happening again. It's weird to say that, man, and I'm even sitting here second guessing myself, like, why do I think that? But I just feel like, Izzy, like Andrew said, he's winning the fight until he's not, but if all he's not winning is close to the end of the fight, then Izzy needs to figure out this camp, like how he's going to control the distance better, control the range better of Pereira. And I don't know, man. Like, we even seen Izzy try to grapple last time and I asked myself, like, did that tire him, like, not tire him out, but did that, I don't know, man. I honestly, I don't have much for this fight. It's the same shit on tape that we've seen for the last 3 fights or however many fights they've had. So I don't know. I don't think that you're a moron for going with Pereira. He fucking owns him. It's like the fucking. It's like I told people in the chat the other day. The Dodgers historically own the fucking Diamondbacks. Pereira fucking owns Israel Adesanya. It just is what it is. But something just tells me Izzy's gonna get this fight done because it's in the UFC's history books to do fights 3 times, especially when they have the history of Adesanya and Pereira. I hate doing this narrative shit, man. I'm never on this narrative shit, but when the UFC fucking signed WWE, bro, it threw my fucking head in a twister, man. This shit's fucking
So
ridiculous.
no, listen, bro. Listen, man, hold on. Like, I'm not trying to dismiss what you're saying by any means, but like, no narrative is gonna save Izzy here,
No, no,
bro.
no. I
Izzy sitting
I
around.
hear you.
Izzy sitting around putting the pressure on himself. Literally, you can go. He said it out of his own mouth. Like, this is my last chance to beat him. This is it for me. Bro, Izzy's looking at this shit like it is his fucking final destination. Izzy don't do well under pressure. We know that. He couldn't perform when he was trying to go up and be pound for pound. He can't knock motherfuckers out now that he's the champion. Like, he does not perform well under pressure, bro. He point fights. And the truth is, Izzy is the truth is AP has. Bro, I'm not comparing him to Ali. It's a simple comparison that everybody can understand the rope-a-dope, bro. Listen, George Foreman beat Muhammad Ali's ass until Muhammad Ali leaned over and whispered in his ear, "Is that all you got, George?" And then he beat his fucking ass, bro. So like,
The
it's the same shit. It AP, if you watch that fight because I have rewatched it. You can see AP spends the whole fight waiting. He almost caught him at the end of the first, bro. Izzy
it
almost slipped
Izzy
up,
did
and
catch
he
him at
didn't
the end
get
of the
him.
first.
So he didn't get the finish. So then Izzy fought totally aware of, oh fuck, this motherfucker can get me. He's waiting to get me, and he stayed up on his feet for the next 2-3 rounds, right? And then as soon as the moment came, AP took advantage, bro. It'll be the same thing. And honestly, it's in my notes. I'm not making it up to play it deeper, bro. I think it ends in the
I
third
mean,
round. I think AP knocks his ass out in the third.
I'll let everyone go, but this is my last thing on this fight. Is like if I had a victory, a way for victory for Israel Adesanya, to me, it's like I'm kicking those fucking calves. That's what I'm doing. I'm gonna kick those motherfuckers like I did to Paulo.
Oh, bro, at least do him a favor and tell him to run. He's going to have to run for 5 rounds to win. He's going to have to run for 5 rounds to
Man, I'd
win,
just
bro.
kick
He
the
ain't
shit out
about
of
to
those calves. That's what I would do.
I don't know. I just don't feel like AP moved that much. So maybe.
I feel
Usman,
like
what you got?
he kicked his calves a lot in the first fight, and AP checked a lot of them. That's why his legs was hurting. We're talking about history. Uh, if you ain't the GOAT, Amanda Nunes, about 98% of the time, a champion loses their belt and gets that immediate title rematch, they're gonna lose again. This is a guy that he's lost to already 3 times. I've always hated it because I feel like even if you go and you do make improvements in your game, you don't go and get any test runs and any other fights to maybe implement them or fucking train on them more. Like Izzy's gonna go into this fight the exact same fighter. AP is gonna go into this fight the the exact same fighter, or actually even better because from what it seems like, it's like Izzy Izzy's done. He's grown. He is who he is. AP is a little bit fresher into this game, and we know he has a camp that knows how to wrestle, that knows how to do jujitsu. There might be a little bit more to learn. It'd be hilarious to see if fucking big ass body AP just leans on his ass and gets a takedown. You know what I mean? And then we're talking about like, oh, Izzy won 4 rounds. Well, sure, but like it wasn't domination blown out of the water. So AP won 1 round. He was winning the first round until he got caught. And you know what? Hey, that's a win for Izzy. Good shit. But every single fucking round was close. I think if AP turns the volume up just one notch, he's going to win a lot more of these rounds. And I like Joe's pick of an earlier KO this time.
Yeah, I just think it's I think that Izzy is going to. I don't know. I guess it does depend on how Izzy approaches it, but I think Izzy approaches it with caution, thinking I'm going to go 25 minutes with this guy, and Izzy. I think AP picks up on the fact that Izzy is trying to pace the distance and fucking just goes in on him and finishes him. I don't. I don't see a world where Izzy finishes AP. I don't see that. Like, if he does, like, I don't care, man. Good for his fucking heart and his ego and his career. I'll find it ironic that he'll go down calling himself the greatest ever, even though a dude beat him 3 out of 4 times. But, like, whatever, man. You know, Holloway's probably about to get that Volk shot again after his next W. They just keep letting it happen. They'll get their fucking way. Like, I mean, I think Holloway Volk 4 December 2023 is probably realistic the way the UFC moves. So I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm being an asshole right now, but like it's just fucking ridiculous to me that I don't know. I guess they were different promotions from the UFC's point of view. They don't care. He gets to run it back. He's got the rematch clause. I do understand it. I just from like the debating it or talking about it point of view, I just feel like fuck, man. This AP should be fighting somebody else right now. I don't know.
Can I go?
What's that?
Can I go? Because I've been itching to talk about this one.
Yeah, get it. Oh, and you know what, bro? I had my phone scrolled down. Shit, I don't know how long everybody's had their hands up. I tried to run 4 screens and I was up total on YouTube. Average, go ahead. Then I'm gonna hit Zaza and nonsense. Go ahead. Go ahead, average.
Honestly, I think that Izzy knows Alex has his number. If you look at like I'm not like too much into like body language or whatever, but like their last fight, like Izzy had all the confidence in the world, and then when they faced off and Alex said, "Look at me," I felt Izzy's confidence just shattered in that moment. It just absolutely shattered. I don't know why. But to the fight itself, Alex is going to have all the confidence in the world, right? I mean, he's finished the man twice. And I think I've said this for months. I think it's going to be a mental block with Izzy. He's going to get in there and think, I can't beat this dude. No matter what I do, I'm not going to beat this dude. He just finds a way every single time. And I think it's going to. I don't think Alex is gonna finish him with the first big shot he lands. I think he might do it with like the second one this time. We mentioned grappling from the most recent fight. The reason Izzy did have the grappling advantage was actually an Alex mistake. So take that with what you wish. And Alex took him down as well in the last fight. So who knows? And the dude's got Glover Teixeira in his corner. So I don't think he's that much of a mug in the grappling department. I think Alex is going to finish him. I'm with Joe. Round 3. I'd say round 3 to 5, somewhere around there.
Nice call. Nice call. Man, for whoever's on Izzy, I feel like you're getting hammered unfairly, Kate. Zaza, or actually, I think it was nonsense. Go ahead, nonsense, and then it'll be Zaza.
Jocko says that regardless of how much you train something, if that ain't your wheelhouse, then no matter how much you train it, you're not going to be able to fall back on it. And either one of those guys, I don't think it's going to turn into a wrestling match. That being said, if Izzy, I think we're going to see a different animal from Izzy because he hasn't had it on the line like this before. Even he said that this might be his last shot at getting the title again. in his in this fight where he lost the belt, I did have him 4 rounds up, but again, it was close. But at the same time, he definitely had Pereira pretty worried a few times. Not just to mention that first round rockout. Um, but I think it just depends on Izzy's ultimate savagery, and I, as I do think Pereira is going to get it, but I think the only reason why he was able to get it is because Izzy's leg was fucked up, and Izzy's evasion when he's up against the fence is also what got him caught. Because like I see him strafe off to the right so much, and it's like if Pereira throws if Pereira throws a spin kick and gets him in the face while he's evading, it'll be like a fucking spinning Usman, you know? Like that shit would be rough. But I think Pereira would end up finishing it probably quicker than he did the first time, unless Izzy really pulls all stops and just lets full Savage go out.
Yeah, maybe. And I mean, Izzy can strike. He is a skilled guy, but I don't know that. Yeah, man. I think AP just too big, too strong. I think AP secures this belt and could go up to 205 and fucking get the W right now, to be honest. And I really like Jamal, but man, AP is a big, massive motherfucker. Zaza, go ahead, bud.
So yeah, hey Joe, remember when Usman fought Edwards, and at the end of the space you gave out what was it, a stat? Could you give us that stat again?
Oh shit. I do know what you're talking about. Yeah, give me 1 second. I can get you that stat again. Was that the stat about dudes getting the shot to run it back?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I thought I had that. Yes, I can. Hold on 1 second here, and I'll get you
You
that.
still picked Usman and called me crazy for picking Leon.
And call you crazy for picking Leon.
Cause yo, as soon
Somebody
as
did.
you said that stat, Joe, I went and hammered Leon
Did you really?
at plus 200.
Nice. All right, here we go. I'm opening it up right now. It takes a second to load up. These fucking spaces are like 1,500 lines sometimes. All right, so it was near the end, and it was in one of these stats. It says, I found this on Andy Hickey's MMA page. Awesome follow. Okay, that's Andy Hickey. Undisputed champions that look to claim their title back from opponents that took it are 7-17. Holloway is the only guy on the list twice, so they are now 7-18. Um, yeah. So Izzy statistically is a minus 250 to do this, or plus 250 to do this. AP is a minus 250 to defend just on that stat alone. So, like, I don't know, bro. I believe in numerology more than any of it. When I first started coming in these spaces, capping, bro, my picks were a lot hotter than they've been in the past month. I only did it off statistics. I just looked at fighters by numbers. I looked at their tendencies by numbers. I looked at everything they did by numbers. I found any statistics I could like this, and I used to keep I used to write them in this fucking notebook that I had, and just like, yeah, just by the numbers, I picked at a much higher clip. Lately, I haven't been watching tape and I haven't been doing numbers. I've been watching highlights and doing fucking UFCstats.com and being like, oh, this is enough. Um, and I've been at least even this year. I'm well above even, but to me, it's still shit. Yeah, bro, the numbers don't lie. Yeah. So you fucking hammered him when I said that shit, huh?
Yeah, like you gave me the confidence because I was kind of leaning Usman, but then you were like, "Yo, this hits at a 70% clip." And I was like, "All right, straight. That's it."
He said, "I'm fucking doing this right now." Yeah, them numbers don't lie. Aussie, what you got, bro?
You go, mate. Appreciate the space as always. You put on a great show. I missed the first half, but I will go back and listen because I know you like to record the spaces. Yeah, this is, I think, one of the most anticipated rematches. Like you said, he's it's kind of strange. Like no one's ever thinking, yeah, I should bet BJ Penn the fourth time he fought Frankie Edgar, But for some reason, I don't know, is he still the favourite in this fourth fight? Um, he had a lot of problems with the leg kicks last time. I really expect Pereira to come out and do more of the same. I don't believe Adesanya, like he wasn't prepared for leg kicks. He's a world class kickboxer. He was prepared for it. He just couldn't handle it. Really fucked up his movement. And Jesus, Pereira is just fucking massive, mate. He's huge, and I just can't see. I can't see any way he really loses apart from like you can say, yeah, if the 10 more seconds in that first round, the last fight, yeah, he could have, but I think that's what he's got to do. He's got to get lucky. He's got to get a knockout. I don't think he's going to be able to wrestle. We've seen, he went for takedowns last time. He didn't get them. Yeah, I think you've got to see big changes from Adesanya to win. Even though you can say, yeah, he was winning on points, but I mean, you can win on points until you fucking lose. And 5 rounds is a long time to be in there with a guy like Pereira and not lose come that 5th round. So, yeah, I'm really interested in the fight. I'm really excited. Cade had some really good points. I'm kind of feeling the same way. And yeah, I just hope it's a fucking great fight, man. I really look forward to it. I do think Pereira is going to move straight up and challenge for the light heavyweight title. I'll be shocked if he doesn't, if he wins. And what happens if Izzy wins? I mean, are they going to book a 5th fight between these guys? I really don't think so. So when Izzy says it's his last shot, to redeem himself against Pereira, I think it really is because win or lose, I think Pereira moves up. I'm rooting for Adesanya, but I don't see it happening. I haven't bet it yet, but I'm probably going to bet on Pereira.
Yeah, and Izzy needs him to move up because, and I'm not like hating on Izzy or anything, but Izzy already proved he can't go up. Like we already know that's not a thing
Wait,
for him.
wait,
So
Joe, I've got a question.
yeah,
Do you think people like believe in Izzy and the fact that he's still the favorite because people believe he won the first kickboxing fight? Do you think that's a factor?
no, I think people really like him. I
Oh,
think
sorry
people
about that.
really like him. Like I think people. I think sometimes some people are so likable that no matter what, people will watch tape and still say, "Yeah, it's there. You just got to see it this way," because they want to even see the tape certain ways. And I'm not saying that about anybody in here about Izzy. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, I think he's one of them guys that is liked to that magnitude. Like, people who say McGregor can win. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Bias can blind people to reality.
Yeah, and I think he's reached that level. I really think in MMA fame and, popularity or love that an MMA fighter gets, I think he's pretty much hit that ceiling, man. Like he's there. Usman, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that as a diehard BJ Penn fan, what Aussie said was kind of disgusting to me. But God, does it put into perspective? Imagine BJ Penn being the favorite going into fight number 4 against Frankie Edgar. Like that shit's fucking crazy.
Yeah, bro, absolutely disgusting. Like who the fuck cooked that line? Like I feel like, man, I'm not taking a shot at anybody's political views, but I feel like Hunter Biden, his crack pipe and crackhead girlfriend were put in charge of that fucking line. Like, what the fuck are you doing, man? He's lost 3 fucking times. He's the favorite. I it literally makes me fucking laugh. Cade, go ahead.
Maybe some of you disagree with me, but I really think the reason people believe in Izzy so much in this fight against Pereira is because if you really watch the two fight, like in MMA at least, like Izzy's at least in my opinion, he's the much more technical fighter, but Pereira is a guy that's maybe just as lengthy as him, or maybe even more lengthy than him. Pretty much, probably, but he is a lot bigger than Israel Adesanya. I mean, just look at the two stand next to each other. I mean, Pereira has that one punch power where, like, that can shut. It doesn't matter how many times Izzy outstrikes him technically, or outpoints him or anything. All it takes is one shot on fucking Izzy's chin, and his ass is going to sleep. So it's like, that's why I feel like people believe in Izzy so much, because they're like, man, like, if you really watch it, like, Izzy is the better technical point fighter. But it's like, okay, but even if he's scoring all these points, he's still got to make it to the full 25 minutes. Yeah, he can outpoint Pereira. He's probably going to this fight too. He's probably going to outpoint him until he's not outpointing him. And but if he finds a way to get to the judges' scorecards, I see it going for Izzy. I really feel like the way for Alex to win this fight is he has to knock him out again. Like, that is the way, and he probably will. I'm not saying he won't, but I'm saying if it goes to the scorecards, it's because Izzy outpointed his ass. If Alex walks home with his belt, it's because he put his ass to sleep. That's
Yeah,
just the
so
way I see it.
yeah, well, I feel like and I feel like even when guys are watching tape or just remembering the fight, right? Like, people, they they're they're looking for Izzy's greatness, right? Like, they're trying to see it. They're trying to look, look. But the problem is, when you watch that fight, uh, Izzy isn't the one that you should be watching. Like, if you're watching Izzy to study his movement to see what he might do, okay, fine. But he lost. Watch, watch watch the predator. Watch the patient guy. Alex wasn't getting beat up. Alex was patient. Alex was patient the entire fight. Good. Tell me the moment where we really thought Izzy was about to put him away. Oh my God, this is it. Izzy's got him. Fucking AP's out. Never happened.
The only chance he would have had is if there was a minute or two left in, what was it, the first round, when he fucking
Yeah, but
had Alex stumbling.
the
That was
shot
like
that
the
rocked
only
him,
that was like the
the,
only chance he would have had, but he caught him at the end of the round, and
the,
like, there was like, what, 5 6 I don't even know when it
the
was, to be honest.
technically the shot he landed like a 1-2. Like the first one, like hurt him a little bit, but the one that wobbled him technically landed as the bell was going off.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So as the distance is going, like, even that momentum Izzy had gotten right there, like, bro, Alex was taking it from him right away. Like, I don't. Yeah, go ahead, Usman. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say that, Joe, you couldn't be more fucking right about the way that people look at Izzy. I mean, I've been an Izzy hater, so it's easy for me to say that. But I don't know if y'all saw it. There was a video going around about Izzy's sticky jab and how he puts it in your face, and it was all over the fights that they had before, the kickboxing fights, and it was all over this MMA fight where he sticks that jab in you and he leaves it there in your face to kind of blind you to set up that second shot, and that's what got him there at the end of the first round. And it looks great. It looks great on tape, but that was like a chunk of, like, he used it the whole fight, and the video was like 2 minutes long. But what do you see in this fucking video? Yeah, AP's getting hit, but it does not deter him. He's a fucking machine, and every single time it happens, he's like, okay, and I'm right back in your face, and I'm right back in your face, and fucking putting out that sticky jab right there, leaving it right there in his face. What is that also doing? That's allowing a dude just as big as you to measure up on you and fucking counter with that shot. You know what I mean? All he needs to do is to let it go. Like, I think a lot of people, some people might be doing with Kevin Holland, but we already had that conversation. They just look at how much they like a fighter and they're just like, yeah, this guy's great. And that's why when the fight gets canceled, I'll be betting 1,200 plus 1,200 on Kevin Gastelum, baby.
Listen, they I shouldn't say they. he's fucking loved, bro, and it's okay that he's loved. Man, people want him to be, I don't know, and I'm not even taking away, like, okay, maybe it's the fourth fight. Like, even if he wins, you're not going to hear any up from me right now. Like, you're not going to hear me in here next week like, oh, he did it. You're never going to hear me say any of that and be like, oh yeah, well, they just let him keep fighting him until he beat him. That's so it's
Depends how he wins it, right?
And I feel like a lot of people will look at it like that. So I don't know. I think it's one of them things, like, of course it helps his career, but maybe hurts his legacy in all reality, no matter what happens here. I think Izzy should have not taken the immediate rematch, if I'm being honest. It's I don't know. Man, DC is still a Hall of Fame fighter. He wasn't beating John Jones at heavyweight either, let's be clear. Like, that wasn't fucking happening.
Yeah, that's true.
So, like, yeah, man, like, he's still a Hall of Famer, a real Hall of Famer, a real great. He's never beating John. Like, it's okay, man. Go ahead, Average. Is that?
This is a little random, a bit off topic, but can I just
I muted you.
that there's no what?
Go ahead,
Sorry.
my bad. Go ahead.
This is a bit off topic, a bit random, but can I just say there's no chance in hell that Israel Adesanya is actually 6'4"?
Man, I don't know.
I think that's bullshit.
Or AP is like 6'6" at the top of his dome or something. Like,
He has to be.
Bro, he's big as
Alex
hell.
is taller,
I feel
right?
like he could walk at 255 and fight at heavyweight right now. I swear to God, I feel that way. That man is fucking massive, bro. Fighting at 185. I honestly think he looks like he doesn't cut weight well. Like, I'm on him or whatever, but I think he looks a little frail, to be honest, from cutting that weight.
He had like 3 minutes to go in the last fight to make the weight. There's like the 3-minute cutoff, and he only just made it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's good for him, but I don't know. I like AP. Best of luck to Izzy. I'll have AP in a couple parlays, so I mean, fuck Izzy, but best of luck to him, I guess. Anybody else got anything else on this fight before I lap this one out?
Man, I just want to ask, like, how big of a gap do y'all think in the striking, like, technique? People are saying, like, Izzy's like the better fighter, the better striker. Like, how much of a gap is there really? Is he that much of a better striker and point fighter on to that?
I have a take on that. You go first, Joe.
Yeah, you tell me.
And it's a question. I'm not calling anybody out. It's a question.
He's not the better striker. He is the better in and out guy. And people confuse that. People confuse the fact that AP stands and doesn't move a ton compared to how Izzy's big. He spreads his legs and he fucking hops and he bounces and he gets in and he gets out. And I really feel like people confuse some of that with his striking work. It's two separate things. If you put them in concrete shoes and make them stand in a fucking tire, and I mean, you would want to let them kick because they're kickboxers, so that's a shitty example. But if you force them to stand in a fucking small area and just strike, I feel like AP's the better striker. I feel like the knockouts are proof of that. I feel like he's just the better striker. I don't feel like it's just power. I feel like he is the better striker. Cade, go ahead. Or Average. It was Average. Average, go ahead.
I was just going to say that after the second fight happened in kickboxing, Izzy went to MMA and Alex stayed in kickboxing and became the double champ. So I think his striking definitely got better in that time. Well, Izzy sort of stayed the same.
Yeah, Izzy was out doing other things. So in the striking department, I get what you're saying. It was he outworked him. I think it was Cade next. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna ask a question about a different fight when you lap this one out.
Cool. Aussie, what you got? And then we're gonna get over this fight.
Yeah, mate. I was just gonna say, I think when you are this close, when you are both so close in the skill set. Generally, you'd think the bigger, stronger guy has an advantage. So I think obviously he's got the strength and the power over Izzy. Izzy's got the speed, which helps him a bit more defensively. But also, I think someone said, this fight could go to decision and Izzy could win. I wouldn't be surprised if it even goes to a split decision either way, or even a draw is live in this fight. I know a bunch of people have already been talking about it on Spaces, but yeah, I think a draw at 80 to 1 odds, if you got Bet365, it's worth $10 to win 800. You got the 5 rounds, you got the extra time for a 10-8 round if somebody drops somebody, or point
Man, I
deduction.
ain't messaged with Tajik in probably a month, but I could almost guarantee his ass is on that draw
Yeah, he's
too.
definitely on it. Yeah, he's on
100%. He is on that shit,
all
guaranteed.
the usual suspects are on it. Yeah.
Yeah, he said all the usual suspects. Okay, we know who we're talking about. That's fair. I'm gonna lap this one out, man. We went long time on this one, but it's deserving. This is actually the type of fight that we should go a long time on. So, I'm not really bitching about it. We are coming up on we're at 3 hours though, so I'm gonna try to keep it to like the next 10, 15 minutes. So. I'm gonna lap this shit out. And Cade, what did you have your hand up about, bud? Go ahead.
No, I wasn't in here when you guys talked about the Roses fight, and I was gonna ask what was majority of the picks on that fight.
Rosa, everybody's on Rosa, bro.
But does anyone see it for a sub?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, because I was gonna say, am I completely crazy for thinking that that's the move to bet? Because like that's what I was on.
Yeah, someone said it by sub, and I think Will put it in the chat the other day. And then I think Will even said in the chat today that he seen something or heard something that Rosa tapped Aljo in the gym in training. So everybody we know, as far as I know, is pretty high on him
Thanks
too.
for telling me that, because
If
that's
he,
what I'm gonna ask Ray Longo when I talk to him on Thursday.
Yo,
yeah,
when I met fucking Aljo last Saturday, I wish I had that information. I would have asked him, hey, yo, Rosa's sub you or what?
Hey,
Oh, you
just
know he would say no. You know he
Hey,
would say no.
I'm gonna be like, hey Ray, I know Roses, man. He's young, but he's coming up in that same division. But I heard he subbed your boy Aljo. Can you walk me through that? Oh, that ain't happen. That's what he's gonna say.
did you? Who are you doing that interview for, Cade? Which channel or which outlet? Which I don't know the term, bro. Just whatever. Who
Myself.
you doing it for? Oh, that's just you. That's on Combat
Yeah,
Lounge, or what's that
yeah,
on?
on our YouTube page.
Okay, that's sweet, bro. Ray Longo is a good interview, bro. I listened to Ray for a lot of. No, I don't want to say listen to him for a lot of stuff, but I heard lots of hours of Ray Longo in my life. Let's put it that
Yeah,
way.
he's a cool
I
dude.
will just jump in on that. Sorry, man. You
No,
go.
no, no. I was just saying he's a cool dude. You can go ahead.
Yeah, just jumping in on that fight. Just this Rodriguez kid, he is really good as well, man. I'm surprised they match these two up this point in their career. He does give up his back a little bit, but his defense is really good. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes to a decision or Rodriguez actually gets the W there. So tread carefully. This isn't a walk in the park like his last couple fights. I think he's going to be tested in this one.
So I want to yeah, I didn't watch much on this fight, so I can't agree with you or disagree with you, so I'll take that as good advice. While
It
I
is
got
interesting though when they match up two young prospects. Like I don't see the advantage either way. I guess it's they're deciding which one of these guys they're going to push, but
it paints their
both of
gimmick.
these guys have upside in a career for sure.
Yeah, every now and then you start hearing Dana White talk about how the company is based on putting the best against the best, and so that I feel like they do it in the younger talent sometimes to deflect the fact that Leon Edwards is gonna fight. Yeah, just whatever, to deflect the fact that they don't do it up top. I feel like it just happens some places, so it's one of them things. Fans that know actually know that this is two highly touted prospects, and we're all quote unquote surprised they're fighting each other. Meanwhile, nobody's paying attention that fucking Izzy's getting his 4th fight against fucking AP. So, like, I don't, I just feel like it's, make people look here to paint it this way. Always sell the fucking image or sell the gimmick, rather. Maybe I look too much into it, but yeah, that's just what I think. Cade. So I only had one scratch it or bet it question this week, bro. And while I got you here, it's for everybody. But while Cade's here, the only question we got for scratch it or bet it this week is Justin Gaethje says he'll quit if Conor McGregor gets a title shot for beating Michael Chandler. Scratch it or bet it.
Scratch the hell out of that. He said that shit before.
I'll scratch.
So
Bet it.
it's crazy, Joe, because, and I'm not even lying to you right now. So I was, when I was at Bellator this week, remember I told you guys I was gonna run into him? Well,
Yeah.
it didn't work out the way that I was hoping to, just because of where the stage of this arena. And he actually wasn't with Archie Colgan's fight team. He was just a VIP person in the crowd. So the VIP kind of sat in front of us, and then it was like or off to the side of us, and then it was us. But when I was interviewing Archie in his post-fight press conference, he walked in. And I was in the middle of my fucking question. I'm like, this motherfucker really has to walk in right here in the middle of my question, bro. I looked at him and I fucking lost train of thought, and then it snapped out of it real quick. But anyway, I got to talk to him for a little bit, and that was pretty cool. And one of the things I did come across with, like, talking to him about is Conor. And he basically just said, like, he goes, I just don't understand why Conor, if he got a title shot for beating Chandler, but the last name that Conor beat, he dropped 2 to DP. The last name he beat was Donald Cerrone, and he got offered to fight me, but took Donald Cerrone. And when he took Donald Cerrone, it was after I just had knocked out Donald Cerrone not too long before that. And then the UFC offered him to fight me. He turned it down to fight Cerrone. He's like, it just seems, and then I beat Chandler and I'm calling for the fight. And it's like, you don't want to fight me. So he's like, so if he goes and beats Chandler and ducks me and gets a title shot, then that's where he's like, I just don't want to do this shit anymore, because it's not fucking fair to the fighters that are constantly fighting. Fighting the top of the top, best of the best fighters. And so he was just saying, like, if he beats if him and Poirier end up matched up, and he beats Dustin, or Dustin beats him, and Conor comes out, and then they prolong that fight, and Conor comes out and beats Chandler, and they give him a title fight, that's a slap in the face to people like him and Dustin Poirier and Beneil Dariush and Charles Oliveira and all those guys. And he said, like, he doesn't see a point in doing this shit anymore.
I mean, I get it. I do. I will go back to a little bit of, like, it's prize fighting, and when Justin started it, rankings met ass about title shots. So I'm not discounting what he's saying. I don't know. I don't think Conor should get a title shot either. I don't think it's worth giving your career up, I guess, is my point, or saying that you would quit. I think that's fucking crazy. Usman, go ahead.
Does it matter which weight class he gets a title shot in? Because I don't know, like, if Leon can beat what's his name? What's that guy's name? The guy he's fighting back in London. Yeah, Kobe Covington. If he can beat Kobe, and then he can beat Jorge, like, with Connor versus Leon at 170 for the belt over there in Europe, wouldn't that be fucking, like, crazy?
So like,
or
what if they go up to what if he gets a title shot at 170? Does Gaethje still
or
quit?
No, if he gets a title
or
shot, not to cut you off, Joe, but if he gets a title shot at 170 and it doesn't have anything to do with 55, they don't care.
no, what I'm saying is, or Jorge slips Leon by mistake. He gets there and slips him by mistake. Bro, Jorge versus Connor breaks records if Jorge's coming off of if Jorge somehow has the belt. Breaks records. And the flip side that nobody really wants to look at is if Connor got it right now, over on the other side of the earth, since all of us guys from the States think that MMA revolves strictly around us, on the other side of the earth, Leon versus Connor might be the biggest possible MMA fight that could be made over there right now. It would
And
be fucking massive.
and honestly, like
Massive.
I really don't give a fuck. Like I don't want to give Connor a title shot, but I don't give a fuck if he gets one. Colby's fucking getting one. We've got Jorge, Gilbert, all this shit figuring out. You know what I mean? The only person that I say deserves one is Bilal. You know what I mean? So like, fuck it. Like let the 155 figure their shit out. Justin Gaethje just beat Fiziev. He's up next. Him and Dustin. Yeah, fucking let Connor slide in. Let's make some, or not us. Let's make some big money, but let them make some fucking huge money and put on a fucking spectacle.
So here's what I think kind of will happen a little bit if Connor and Mike get to move up to 170 and then like Connor sees success, meaning like gets a title shot or yeah, I mean basically if it happened and Connor got a title shot, what I think would happen is the best of who's left guys would all move up and clog that division because it's starting to become a problem at 155. So, like, I'm not being mean. And Cade, I know he's your boy, and I'm not being mean, but like, 155 has a group of guys that want the belt to prove that they are the best guy left because they couldn't win that shit or hold that shit when them other guys were around. And now that them guys are gone, these guys are still trying to fight to the belt. And some of them are starting to expire, and people are getting tired of them hanging around. And, even some of them who are fan favorites, but Dustin and Justin could go up. Everybody from 155 that shouldn't really be there as far as hunger goes, I feel like they could go up to 170 and clog the division up and temporarily shrink it. Meaning, if you get 4 or 5 of them guys to move up, then the guys that are all in the contention will be slightly smaller, shrink the division a little bit. I don't know. It would be a silly situation, but I don't. How long's Dustin and Justin going to be able to stay up there? Like, bro, I don't know. Like, I like him. Justin just looked great, but I just don't like age. Fucking catches everybody, man. The bigger you are, the longer you can fight, and that's been proven across the board. Cade, go ahead.
Yeah, I think. Look, I've said this. Like if Dustin and Justin take the fight against one another, and Justin doesn't come out on top, I think he will push as hard as he possibly can to fight Connor. And if he can't get that Connor fight, he's probably done. Uh, I think he proved it against Fiziev. He still has it. If he fights smart, uses his leg kicks, um, doesn't throw himself into the fire. I'm not saying doesn't throw himself into the fire. That's the wrong word. But throw himself into some ridiculous spots, and he stays. Look at how he fought Fiziev. The first round, Fiziev, it just looked like Fiziev was going to roll his ass up. Like he was way too fast. I was scared. I was like, oh shit, these motherfuckers in the chat weren't playing. This motherfucker is fast. But Justin stayed to his game plan and used his leg kicks and stuff. And I think if he does that and he's changing the way he fights throughout his career, I think he could beat Dustin. But I'm just saying in general, like, if he loses that Dustin Poirier fight, I don't think he's going to move up to 170. I think he's going to push for that Conor fight. And if Conor doesn't ever take that fight with him, then he's done. Like, I don't think, like, when Justin Gaethje literally stood up there on the mic to Daniel Cormier and told the world, this is my last title run, enjoy me while I'm here, it wasn't because he was telling you he's thinking about retirement. He doesn't want to keep going through these training camps with fucking Trevor Whitman and all these guys doing all this fucking hard ass work to not be champion. And I think the only fight that would be worth it to him is to get the fucking payday with Conor. And him and Conor, like, he hates Conor, bro. He wants to. There's two guys that Justin hates the most that I think he would come out of retirement for or fight if it wasn't worth championship fights. And it's fucking Conor and Colby. And I know you guys will laugh because Colby would probably roll his ass up in a cage. But I'm just saying those are the two guys he hates the most and would probably fight. But realistically, that's how I see it going down. I think Dustin's make it, break it.
Cade,
I
next time you and Gaethje are hanging out in the hot tub together, let him know he is never gonna get that fucking Connor fight, and that's not his fault. Connor's not gonna take that much risk. He's gonna just be like, "Nah, I'm good." Like,
actually,
unless he gets, I don't think Connor is taking that belt. I think what Gaethje should be looking forward to, if he takes a loss soon, look at a soft landing at 170 and fight RDA and start building your way up to that Colby fight. But I don't think he's gonna fucking get that Connor fight ever.
so Justin has been fairly consistent about bringing up that fight discreetly or non-discreetly throughout his time in the UFC and how much fun it would be. I'll be honest. I think Conor is going to move his way up to 170 for Chandler. I think Conor is going to do a couple money fights against 155ers at 170 if he's successful, because Conor's big for those guys at 170. He's jacked. If he could get Dustin to fight him at 170 instead of 155, if he could get Justin to fight him at 170 instead of 155, I think he would do that shit. And I'll be honest, though, I think for those guys, I think Conor can KO him bad at 170. I think that the lack of speed from age and training that he is missing will be made up in power. He's got a very nice, even in his last fight, like, the man reaches in and punches very fucking well. And I've always thought, and you guys know I don't give a fuck about Conor. But you guys know, like, man, Justin is that's a bad matchup for him, bro. I feel
Can I
like
ask you
Conor.
this though? And I'm not disagreeing with you because honestly I do see it. I do see a scenario where Connor catches him and does fucking drop him and ends the fight. I'm not, especially at 170 pounds, but Poirier, and especially, well, fuck, this proves my theory because especially fucking Gaethje, but Poirier proved it too. Connor don't check no leg kicks, bro. Kick that
Oh, I know it.
Gaethje will kick that fucking calf until it fucking falls off, bro. And I'm not saying that because he's my boy. Gaethje just, or I'm not Gaethje. Poirier just went out there and fucking. That's what won him. What was it? The first fight when he knocked out, or the second fight. I'm sorry, when he knocked out Connor. That calf kick fucking won him the fight. Connor couldn't even move.
Yeah, and part of that is, if you go back and watch that, part of that is being able to. So Connor tries to. He seemingly okay with, at least before the break, he would like give that kick up to try and land that reach in punch, right? Like, you extend a little bit to hit the leg with the kick, and he reaches in at the same time and tries to hit you with that far extended punch. Yeah, and that's where the timing comes in, right? The reason Connor wasn't effective against Dustin is because in those moments like that, where Connor tries to exploit things with his punching techniques, Dustin didn't fall for any of it, none of it at all. And Connor there was nothing he could fucking do about it. I don't know. I don't know how well Justin would do with it. Yeah, I mean, if he studied Dustin enough in the lead up and did what Dustin does and executed it well, I mean, I don't think. I think if Conor McGregor and Dustin Poirier fight 127 times, Dustin Poirier wins 127 times. So if he were to study what Dustin did, I think it's possible for him to win. But I think just Justin Gaethje is who Justin Gaethje is. Um, Justin will get hit to land that hard leg kick, and Conor will take that hard leg kick to land that reach in punch. And I guess that would be the moment of who can. That would be the moment, right? Like, I guess now that we're talking about it, that would be the moment you wait for to see who wins that
Yeah, I
exchange,
mean,
right?
you guys know, I'm a big fan of Justin, but I know he's not fucking invincible, and I'm not saying that. I'm not saying by any means that Connor can't fucking beat him. Actually, I think Connor, if he hits anybody with that left down the pipe, they could be in fucking trouble, bro. He has power, bro. And he's timing and precision. Like he is fucking. If you get hit by that left fucking hand, bro, there is a fucking good chance you're going to sleep. It just is what it is. I mean, but I just
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I do think age is catching up. I think that it was good for Gaethje to fight a guy like Fiziev to see if he can hang with those young dogs still. I think that was a good test for him, but this Poirier fight's going to be a fucking tough fight, man. If that fight gets signed, that's
Hey,
going to be
bro,
a
I
fucking
actually
interesting
heard that
fight.
could be fight week. I heard that could be 290. What'd you hear for date on that?
Justin said if they gave him a heads up and Poirier was down, that it could happen as soon as June. For 289, yeah,
And
289.
289 don't have shit, bro. It's not even listed on Fight Club yet.
So
There's 2 cards after it listed already, and it's not
I
listed.
don't know. I
Huh.
don't know, man. But I'll tell you this much: if they add that card to fucking fight week, that card is fucking stacked.
Yeah, but there's nothing actually official for it. That's the bitch. Like, all those fights are rumors, bro. I'm going and I'm excited, but there's not one of them fight that are on any of the official fight lists anywhere. There is one. There is one. The Cody Garbrandt fight, right?
I'm not sure, to be honest, Joe. With you, I would have to look into it, and I could probably ask around to see if like any fights are for sure for fight week, because a lot of the media members I talk to, they're levels above me in the game right now, and they know a lot. But I mean, they'll tell me if I fucking ask. So I mean, I could see just to like see what fights are for sure happening fight week if they've heard of any, and I can get back to you. But
It don't matter much to me. I'm
I
fucking
think the
going.
John
I'm
Jones and
already.
Stipe fight's for sure happening. I know they haven't announced that as official, but I think that that's like 110% the plan for fight week.
Bro, listen, every year they sneak out a good ass, super like badass fight that should be on fight week, and they put it on June. They do it every fucking
O'Malley
year.
tweeted out that he will be fighting in July.
Oh, I told you guys on January 1st or some shit that O'Malley's fighting that fight week. I told you guys that. He said it. He already knew. He knew fucking months ago I'm fighting that fight week. That's his thing, bro. I knew he was fighting that fight week. No fucking question.
Yeah, but no, man, that's kind of my thoughts on everything. I know we kind of got off on that a little bit, but that's my thoughts on everything. I think the Dustin Poirier and Justin Gaethje fight's going to tell you a lot about both of those fighters. You've heard Dustin bring up that he doesn't want to keep doing this for a long period of time. And I've always thought that came off emotion for like a guy like Dustin Poirier because he still does this shit at a pretty high level. And Justin Gaethje is now saying, this is my last title run. So I don't know, man. Like, I think we're going to get a lot of answers from whoever loses if they lose this fight. That's just my opinion.
I don't disagree. Man, I think that's pretty much it, bro. We ain't got nothing else. I'm not talking about that WWE shit. I don't even fucking care.
Hey
I don't
yo,
even fucking
D
care.
baby wants in on this.
What you got, D baby? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Now, bro, why your shit echoing me?
I don't know, bro.
Real quick, I know y'all like way past that shit. I just wanted to see who was everybody on. With the Sherman fight versus Williams and what was the other one? Shaylin versus Steve Garcia. I was trying to see who was everybody on those.
So I think one person defended Garcia. Everybody else was on Nerd and Becky. And then what was the other fight? Oh, the Carl Williams. Everybody was on Carl Williams. Nobody was on Chase Sherman, but few people thought it could go over.
What they say? Who's backing Garcia?
I don't remember. I don't think they were backing him. I think they were just saying that he's a good. He's coming off some good fights and shit. Go ahead, Usman.
No, I'm just gonna ask what y'all think about this. Y'all know I like to make a parlay to fucking win early, like the first 4 fights. What do y'all think about Sam Hughes, Jacqueline over 2.5? Cynthia Calvillo, Lupita Godinez over 2.5. Bahamondes over 2.5, and Sharon Nordenbekoff plus 584.
Man, I think that first one to go over could be risky. Sam Hughes
Okay.
can get finished.
I actually think Sam Hill can win in this spot.
Why? Because she's absolutely not supposed to, and that's the only time she wins.
Nah, cause you see, old girl resume. I went through all her shit, man. She find girls that's 18 and 18, 30 and 30. Man, you see they bro, they record crazy, bro. It's like them like literally taxi drivers.
Yeah, bro, but you're talking about Sam Hughes.
Sam Hughes, man, what you mean she tough, bro? Bro, I don't know.
Oh yeah, tell me the last person she beat.
It don't matter, bro. I mean, shit. I tell you this.
Oh, okay, okay,
Hold
okay,
on,
okay, okay,
man.
okay, okay. Tell me someone
I
she
know
beat.
Sam Hill will beat all the girls that she beat. I'll tell you that.
Are you sure Sam Hughes would beat all the girls that she
I'm
beat?
positive. I went deep on her resume, bro. They trash.
You went deep.
My
So
my
who's
sister
who's the last
my
person that she
sister would
beat?
beat them, bros.
Your sister would beat Sam Hughes, bros.
Nah, man. Bro, Sam Hughes, man, she got grit, bros.
No, she the fuck out of here, bro. No, she don't.
Alright.
You know damn well this is gonna be the one that baby fucking gets, and he's gonna be like, "I told y'all bitches, Sam Hughes," and we're gonna be like, "Fuck, man, this guy always gets one where it's like, Sam Hughes ain't not winning, but he
Hey,
gonna get it. He gonna get it."
maybe I ain't seeing shit right. Maybe it's hard to tell if I think old girl's good, but I can't tell because the competition she fighting, I can't really tell.
Hey, wait a minute, D baby. Who are you on in the Kevin Holland fight?
Man, I'm on Ponzi, man.
Hell yeah. Okay, I was just making sure. All day,
Tripping,
bro.
bro. Tripping. That's all I'm gonna say, bro.
Man, Holland
Tripping.
a bum. Nah, he ain't a
Hey,
bum.
Kevin Holland gonna
next
look
thing
like
you
he
know,
tripping after he get hit.
hey, next thing you know, Holland gonna whoop his ass, and then Baby's gonna post a slip on his Twitter going, "I hedged Holland though."
Man, I ain't got no Holland bet, nigga, no cap. I probably do, but I don't know. Nah, I don't. I don't think I do.
Hater.
Check it twice.
Hey man, I don't care about all that being sharp shit, man. I'm just making money, bro. That's all that matters to me, nigga. I can have that who's sharper, who called this, who called that, man. I'm stacking paper at the end of the day, so I don't give a fuck about all that.
Yeah, I
Just
agree
make
with you,
sure
bro.
you drop the parlays in the chat, bro.
Fact. Drop those.
Man, since when I never dropped my shit, like, come on now.
Yeah, so we're gonna wait probably the next pay-per-view. We're gonna have to put a separate MMA group to the side, bro. I'm not mad at the big group, bro, but bro, you post something about MMA and motherfuckers is on baseball. That shit is gone with the wind. And I'm not mad about it. But you like, yo, Israel Adesanya just shot 3 people in a drive-by, but motherfuckers were talking about a hockey game. Nobody gives a fuck about that
Bro,
drive-by, bro.
no wonder
Nobody.
you've been so fucking quiet this week.
I know, man. That
Like, I
baseball shit
don't.
look lit
Hey,
though.
Joe, you you got to have that balance, bro. You got to be able to make money in other places, man. I'll show you what's up with the baseball shit.
Hey,
Bro,
Cade, listen to me, bro.
oh
Listen to me.
man. I was just thinking earlier too. I'm like, man, I haven't really heard from Joe at all this week. He's been really quiet. I was like, I hope everything's okay. Now it all makes fucking sense, bro.
No, it ain't even like that. I just ain't been in there because I ain't been in there. I don't. I I just with the week off from MMA and shit, I just ain't been in there because I ain't been in there. But yeah, it's just there's got to be a place where you can fucking talk specifically about MMA more specifically. I ain't even necessarily. I am talking about bets, but like,
The tape crew.
yeah, Tape Crew got a good room. We might have to convert that shit over to the MMA group, but Tape Room kind of needs its own little chat to divide that shit up anyway. But either way, bro, I'm not tripping about it. If the betting group stays hammering everything until the next pay per view, we'll just fucking start another one. I'm not mad at it, but like I'm not. I'll be honest, man. Y'all betting all that shit. That's great for all y'all. I'm gonna be honest with you. I ain't worried about none of that money y'all are making in that room.
Damn,
I'm
you
good.
salty, cuz. Hey, I'm trying to get on
No,
that
Nah,
what I
nah,
MMA
mean,
you.
too, though.
bro. No, what I mean, bro, is like, who the fuck is on Super Echo?
Uzman. It's Uzman.
Oh, so what I mean, bro, is like, I'm not, I'm not chasing bets like that. Like, bro, I'm straight. You know what I mean? Like, I don't bet like that. I don't even care to bet like that. Like, sitting around betting like that shit, bro.
Yeah,
I know that
I
sometimes
think you're right,
motherfuckers hit.
Joe. I think we need a can you actually invest in us? Can you get an on topic therapist group going? I think we have a fucking real big issue in the on topic group with sports betting and I don't know, man.
Bro, I was
Man.
gonna change the name of the group to the hotline number.
Hey, man, I'm locked
To
in
the
the MMA.
gambling hotline number.
I'm locked
I
in.
was just gonna change it one morning and say nothing and see how long it took
Bro, you know
motherfuckers
how
to be
bad
like,
it
"What
is?
the fuck,
I've deleted all gambling apps off my phone and woke up one morning and them motherfuckers found their way right back on my phone. That's how
bro?" You want to know? You want to know something? On Christmas morning, motherfuckers were posting bets from Australia or some shit. I don't know where it was, but motherfuckers were like, "We can bet horse racing in Portugal." I'm like, "Go bet horse racing in Portugal, motherfuckers. I don't care what you do." I'm like, "You guys might have a problem. It's not a fucking problem. I can fucking quit whenever I want. What the fuck do you
yeah,
know? I don't know
bullshit.
nothing,
One too
man.
many fucking
It's not a
beers and
problem."
those motherfuckers are on my phone again.
Cade, Cade, you want to see people turn on you like nothing you've ever seen? Go in that group and tell everybody they got a gambling problem.
I mean, it's not a gambling problem if they actually making money though.
No, baby's right though, man. If
Yeah.
you're winning, is it really a gambling problem?
I've been
Or
betting
is
on
it
them
really
making
an
money this
actual
whole
investment?
time.
No, when it's a
Listen, bro.
hey,
Listen,
you'll see. Hold on, you'll see dudes. I'm not even calling anyone out or anything like that because I've done it myself. But you'll see dudes fucking win like 6, 7 bets in a row, and then go one day and fucking go 1 for 5 on baseball and go,
man, fuck this motherfucker. He's a bum. Fuck this dude. I knew he wasn't
That was
good.
Andrew. That was Andrew today.
Bro, the Cubs,
Andrew,
dude,
without
I'm
calling.
coming for the Cubs, bro. I swear I'm coming for that ass, man.
No, but
Leave
I
my
Andrew.
team
am.
out.
No, but Andrew wasn't bitching about it. He just said, "Fuck, I had a bad day." But
No, it actually ended up turning out all right, dude, because the fucking Guardians came back. So I went 3 for 5 today.
So here's my thing. With all the sports that everybody bets, right, in that group, would you say that you could safely pick out between the whole group one -250 pick a day that hits? Just one. In any sport, anywhere. Could you pick one?
Dude, I think collectively as a group, as we've all been talking baseball this past week, we've all pretty much agreed on like one pick or one game a day, and it's
So
been hitting.
here's a
so
hint. Here's a hint. $100 at -250 is $10,000 in 13 bets or some shit, right? Or 14 legs. If you can go like 19 legs, bro, it's $100,000. So, or something, it might be 22 legs, but like, bro, if you guys are gambling like that, you should run it the fuck up. You motherfuckers are in there hitting it every day, I guess, but like, I
no,
don't.
like I'm not even kidding with you. Like MMA is something that I have a real big passion for, and I will bet it. I do oftenly bet it. I got much sharper when I started meeting people through this group and stuff like that, and I have no fucking shame in saying it. Like I started seeing things a lot differently than I did in the past because I would always hit 12 out of 13 legs on a parlay, 10 out of 14 legs on a parlay, and I would just always miss those couple ones. And I've started hitting more parlays as I've started getting advice and shit through the group. But hockey, baseball, those two sports right there, I've never really needed advice, bro. I've always done well because there are so many things you can do in the game of hockey and baseball. You don't have to bet full game money lines. You could bet fucking that both teams won't score a run in the first inning and that line's at -110. I'll take that shit on, certain teams and stuff. Like there's just so many things you can do in
Yeah,
that sport to win money.
okay, so we're way over right now, but I'm just gonna we're gonna go with it for a few minutes here. But here's my point, right? So like, at what end? So, because here is the rule, and any of you can argue with me until you're blue in the face. But if you argue with me, you're wrong. It doesn't matter how you feel, you're wrong. The number one rule is keep them gambling. We always win when you keep them gambling. And if they were wrong, they would be bankrupt. If they were wrong, there's guys way sharper than you, way sharper than me, way sharper than anybody in this room that would have absolutely fucking bankrupt them by now. So, what's the end? Are you starting with, I got $100 bankroll and I'm going to ride it out on this timeline and then I'm going to set my $100 over, and it could be 1,000, 10,000, just whatever. I'm just making numbers. And then I'm going to set my bankroll again and take all my winnings from that quarter and I'm going to reset? Or is it, I'm just going to build this account until infinity? Like, we
Well,
know someone recently, right?
are you
We know
mainly
someone
talking
recently that talked about swinging basically their whole account in a weekend, which was a deep account, bro. And because where's the end? What's the point? Just to build these accounts? Like, that's just what I don't see. Like, you guys are hammering it every day, but at what accord? Like,
Well, are you talking about like the casinos in general? Like,
no, I'm
what's
talking
the
about
end
like
for them?
everybody in that group hammering it every single day. To what end?
until we
Here's a
hit seven
fact for you.
figures.
But but all right. I mean,
Bro, you can't ask a group of people who do something for money and ask them why they do it. I mean,
yeah, I get it. I just for the
Well,
time and effort for what I do in my life, I've
gambling this is why gambling's like, and I mean, I already know you guys know this, but like, I was even talking to my pops about it the other day. Like, everyone thinks that they're winning in gambling, and yeah, sometimes you are up. But let's say you put $8,000 on a bet and it pays you out a total of 13,000, so you made $5,000, right? Then tomorrow you're like, fuck yeah, bro, I'm up. And then you throw $8,000 on another bet. And then now you and then you lose. Now you're down $3,000. So gambling isn't like an addiction of winning, it's an addiction of like getting them back cuz you lost. That's what I feel like anyway. Like like realistically, when everyone says, "Man, last year in betting I made 150 G's or whatever," I'm like, "Yeah, but I don't know, man. Like I don't know.
Yo,
I
K,
just
K.
I've gotten my ass kicked on the books before. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, I don't even know why I still gamble. I remember one year I checked the DraftKings app like 2 or 3 years ago, and I wanted to see legit on the DraftKings app how much money I made. I fucking cycled $50,000. Like, I only won $400 on the whole year. I literally cycled money. It was recycling.
Because what I just told you is the rule is just keep them playing. It is the fucking number one rule in all gambling businesses around the globe. Just keep them playing. So, like, that's my point. There's no cooler. It's 365, right? I don't care what anybody says to me. If you're gambling 365, you're not winning. If you are, bro, you're not working because you're winning 365. What the fuck are you working for? It's one of them things, bro. Like, if you're hitting at 365, you're fucking losing. If you're working, if you still got a job, I know you're losing. If you're hitting at 365, bro, even if you're hitting it at $200 a day, that's $1,400 a week. You can say, oh, that ain't shit. Listen, if you can get $1,400 a week and you're hitting it every week, you ain't keeping that job. You tell me you are all you want, but unless you're making 100 grand a year, bro, you ain't keeping that job.
No, that's facts. That's facts. Because if you're winning that much money, why the fuck you gonna go to work, bro? You can make money in minutes on your
You're
phone.
not. Then you're going to double down your bets and try to make $400 a day, bro. You're not. And if you're winning every day, you will do that. And then it won't take long. Like, it's just long term for gambling is for us to lose. There's no
Nah, that's
way
cat.
around it.
That's cat. That's cat. I know. I know.
Baby, if you never stop gambling, how
Man,
do
I
you
know. I
win?
know some dudes in my city. They catching 6 figures bets all the time. Like they don't work a job. They all they do is sports bet. Like they.
I do believe those are those people. I do, and I just said that. If you're hitting it like that, you're not working, bro. You're not. That's all you're doing. That's all you're doing.
But like, if you change your mindset, I don't even consider this shit. I mean, y'all can call me crazy, but I don't even consider this shit gambling. What I call gambling is like playing the slot machines or the crap tables. I look at this sports betting shit like a university. You just gotta make some smart bets, smart plays. Versus like, yeah, I mean it could be luck, but I feel like real gambling is at the casino, at the tables, like rolling the dice and playing the slot machine, playing I want to say poker. Well, I would think poker is like a skill, right? Would y'all say?
Man, you know what's crazy? Is you got better odds rolling craps than you do on a lot of the MMA bets you make every time you bet, every week when you bet,
You
bro.
think so? I mean, yeah, you might be right, but I don't look at that shit gambling to me. But that's just me though.
Blackjack, you know what the house's odds are on blackjack? If the house plays by the house rules, they're paced if they can keep you playing to win 11 out of 21 hands, and that 11 out of 21 hands over time pays them. It wins for them. That's the pacing. If they play against amateur players, if the house rules are playing against amateur players, obviously they fucking kill it. But if they play by the house rules against professional players, they're poised to win 11 out of 21 times. Like, your best odds anywhere in gambling are blackjack if you know how to play. And those odds are less than 50%.
So if you skill that blackjack, poker, is that still considered gambling? Like, if it's like if you like real skilled at it though.
I mean, so I used to play poker every weekend for a long time. Sat down with a group of guys. So, and it was like a big group like this, but in person, where it's like you always got a few people there. It's always a full table. Some people might get up, some people might walk away, but there's people coming and going all night. It's one of them type of environments, but everybody is there to play poker and try to make money. Everybody. You might have 14 people pass through through a spot in a night, you know, a table with 5 spots at it, right? So I used to play all the time. And did I feel like I was gambling? Never, not once. I never, not once felt like I was gambling. I know how to play poker. I can tell you, honest to God, strike me fucking dead if I'm lying, bro. Strike me fucking dead if I'm lying. I got invited over a friend's house. She wanted me to play her husband and his friends at poker. So they were playing Texas Hold'em. We played, there were 6 of them. I put them out in 6 hands. And then they wanted to start a new game, and I put them out in 6 hands on God, and then walked out with all their fucking money. I never, not once felt like I gambled. I left them an $80 bottle of fucking booze, walked away with all their money. I didn't feel like I was gambling. Not one fucking, for 1 second. So I guess it's just perspective.
Yeah, that's how I feel. Like, I mean, that's just me. I don't look at this shit gambling. I look at gambling when you go to the casino, playing slot machines and all the other shit. But I don't know, y'all. Shit, y'all probably think I'm weird for that, but that's what I call gambling.
So I guess for me, it's like where you consider your control. So for me, I was in control in what I did in poker, right? Even though it's luck of the draw and all that other shit, I was very much in control. The reason I don't consider sports betting the same is because like I'm not in control of what happens on that court. But, you know, I'm not in control of the cards that get dealt to me out of the deck. So like I'm trying to keep it fair, right? So like if you're really good at capping NBA basketball, you know, like yeah, anything could happen. You could draw any card out of the deck, but when you start to learn your probabilities and your numerologies, like you narrow it down. And tape is a lot. And like, I'll be honest, I feel like this space was focused way too much on tape. That was why I tried to start the tape group, and now we just kind of got like 1 or 2 guys that hit tape, and we don't got 8 guys arguing about one fight because everybody watched tape. Because like most of the time the numbers win. Most of the time, if you go look at striking numbers and takedown defense numbers and takedown numbers, and you look at all those percentages, and then you go look at the fight, it usually matches. You know what I mean? Like it usually, all right, this person threw a slightly higher volume. That's what this person averages. Like it's the numbers show who you are. And if you really learn to look at numbers, you can start going into fights and being like, all right, in the last 5 fights, the punch volume has stepped up. And then you can go into that fight and be like, yep. And then in round 1, they always throw 30 punches. And like I've done this shit. And in round 2, they always pace a little more. And by round 3, they're throwing 50, 60 significant strikes. Uh, you know, in that round 3, oh, they did it again here, they did it again here, they did it again here. And then you can actually factually see, regardless of what it looks like on tape, like this dude starts slow and ends strong. You can see the flip of that. Man, this dude throws a heavy amount of punches in the early on. And then, you know what I mean? So, like, those are no, that's just betting based on numbers. And I know a lot of guys that would be willing to do that and never even watch a fucking fight, bro. I know guys that would bet and they wouldn't even give a fuck who these people are if MMA was their thing, you know? A lot of guys I know, I don't want to say a lot of guys I know. I know a few guys, they bet golf. Like, I don't know, golf's a thing. People bet fucking golf a lot. I'll never bet fucking golf in my life.
I think Jordan was betting. Wasn't Jordan betting on golf, or was he playing people with playing golf for money against other people? I don't know. It was one of the two.
He bet everything he fucking did, bro. He bet everything he did.
Yeah, Jordan was with that shit.
Joe cut out. What happened?
Oh, I'm right here. My bad. I was on mute. I remember some rumors about Jordan owing people a bunch of money or something back in the day. I don't really remember what it was, but yeah, that motherfucker was a habitual gambler.
All I'm gonna say is, man, that this gambling shit, bro. The reason why I do it, if you ask me, bro, I'm doing this so I could fucking actually pay off some debt, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Before this, I put in like a couple dollars on the Super Bowl one year, and then next thing you know, what do you call it? I'm like, I've been watching MMA. You know, I love MMA. Like, why am I not betting this shit? You know, like all the picks I've been, I was doing. I was like by myself, but like I would never watch shit with anyone before, bro. Like the reason, like the way I found you guys was like by luck. Like, and then you invited me on the mic one time, and like, dude, like I was history, bro. Like, so I thank you, Joe. Like, honestly, because if it wasn't for you, man, like I would not be like as deep, balls deep as I am in betting. Like, I'm not. And don't think it's wrong, because like, believe me, like I'm not betting like I'm not like losing like my hard-earned dollar, bro. Like I'm betting like it's house money, bro. Like, and like I'm sharper now because like how Kate was saying, because of the group, like, and I could honestly say that, like I honestly thank you, and like all you guys, like you guys are like truly like fam at this point, like because none of this shit was like possible, bro. Like I have a bankroll bigger than like anything that I started without, with before, and it's like to me like it's all I think it all I put it all to the group, bro. Like once I like pay off what I gotta pay off and shit, like I swear, man, like I can't wait to like meet you guys like at International Fight Week and all that shit, but like for real though, like his
That
family.
shit'll be dope. I don't know, bro. So like, I just, yeah, man, like, kill that shit. I hope you pay your shit off before you fucking don't bet it all out. When you get enough to pay your shit off, put a bankroll aside to keep going and pay your shit off. Don't think you can double it up before you pay your shit off. That's that attitude they want you to have. If
Yeah,
Oh
you got
y'all
no,
a
fucked
goal,
up on that. Fucking up.
yeah,
yeah,
no, I
you got a
got that
goal,
mindset,
bro, and you hit
bro.
that goal, cash that shit out, man. You got to know when to take your bread. Like, you know, it's like, it's like, man, like, it's like hustling, right? If a motherfucker never, ever, ever cashes out and they keep trying to double up what they buy, bro, eventually you're gonna get hot or you're gonna get stuck with a bunch of burnt product. Like it's the same fucking thing, bro. Like you can't double up forever. At some point you take something, enjoy it. It was good. Make sure you leave what you started with. If you can afford it, double what you started with, but take the fucking rest. Like, I just feel like that's not something we see a lot. I will say this because I'm about to cut out of here right now. But I will say, since the last big blow up of fucking arguments in that group where I know I was a little bit of an asshole, uh, the culture seems to have changed quite a bit. Everybody seems to be able to give their picks, seems to get their spots. Nobody seems to catch too much fucking grief. People seem to bow their head, not bow their heads, but just tip their hat when it's not their spots or their sport. Uh, so I would hope everybody can get way further ahead by letting the guys that are good at this do what they're good at. I think we had the disease of somebody had to be wrong about every fight. So I think some of that's been corrected, and I think that it's traveling on in a positive way for the other sports. So I don't know. It's a good group. If anybody's still listening, anybody that's in here, it's fucking hard to handle, and you have to mute the notifications. I don't care who you are. You cannot possibly keep up with that group. You just have to jump in and jump out. But if you want betting advice, betting tips, betting picks, um, but you want to contribute, all you got to do is hit the DMs, even just tag the group. We'll put you in the group. It's no problem. You got to be active. You don't have to be sharp. You can figure out what you're doing while you're in there, but no trolling, no sitting there taking pics and not talking. Short of that, man, it's a it's a crazy group, man. You can bet on Christmas because you'll have a whole gang of people to bet with. It's Listen, nobody's addicted though. It's not like that. Anybody could quit at any time. They've all
Hell
told
no.
me.
Hell.
But speak up for real though. Just don't sit in there like lurking. Like I don't know. Like it's weird. You know. Like just
Yeah, we
it's
ain't
all
saying every
respectful. It's
day,
all love.
bro.
It's all
Just
love.
once a week or something. Talk for an hour. Like, I don't know.
Joe.
There's been some dudes that leave that shit solo for like 2 weeks, and then Andrew boots them out, and everybody's like, "What happened?" Well, Andrew fucking booted your punk ass because you ain't talked in a month. He's super fucking lenient about it, but like, yeah, bro, it is what it is.
Yeah. Hey, yo,
Um,
Joe, you know this betting shit don't stop until motherfuckers touch 8 figures.
See, 8 figures. He was at 7 figures 6 minutes ago. He ain't never cashing out. Baby gonna have 12 million in a fucking betting account and be like, bros, I could cash this shit out, fucking retire right now. And people be like, you about to do that shit? And baby be like, nah, bros. If I take 2.2 million at minus 220 and put that shit on Anthony Josh, bro, that's a free millie right there. Then this motherfucker gonna be in here talking about bros. Bros. I didn't even bros. Why didn't one of y'all fucking tell me? That's what I love him, but he better cash some shit out. That's
Bro.
you better do something,
Hey, you
baby.
just remind me of that situation with Uzman. I was keeping all my shit in my betting account. I tried to throw all that shit on Uzman and took that L when he lost to Leon and shit for the first time, bro. I had to rebuild my shit, man. I was hot.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, you gotta fucking I don't know, like get yourself a method to take it out, bro. I'm not no one to coach nobody on that. Like I'm not no big better, but like to me it would make sense, right? So like say you started with 1,000. So you want to be able to double that before you cut back. So set a goal of like 4 times your amount. So like when you get to 4,000, take 2,000 out of the account. Now you're starting over with double the bankroll. And then when you get that shit to like 8,000, take 4,000 out. So now you're starting with double that bankroll. Like there's ways to do it and take the money out, but bro, you got to take the money out. You have to fucking take it's bro, it's I'm not trying to be funny. It's like anything you've ever hustled in life. You have to take the money out, bro. What the fuck are you hustling for if you ain't taking it out? I like to hear when Baby said though, nah, bros, I'm gonna pay my shit off. Or when uh I'm my bad, when fucking Dead Pig said he got goals to pay off bills, bro. That's pimp to me. Like fuck doubling your bankroll, bro. You hit the bills, pay them fucking bills. You can put the bankroll back when the bills is paid off. It's way easier, trust me. It's way easier. Fuck, man. If you guys knew how deep I started this year owing people and I'm even now, you motherfuckers wouldn't even believe me. You'd be like, bro, you a goddamn lie. That's all you would say to me. You would
Nah, I
literally,
believe you, Joe. After that video you showed me,
Baby would believe
hell
me.
yeah.
Baby would believe me because Baby knows. But yeah, I started this motherfucker deep in the hole. Like, fuck, 40 grand how motherfuckers in cash, basically. I'm at fucking even. So yeah, I don't know. I don't put my money in them bets, but more power to that shit,
I
I
just know
guess.
y'all
Whatever.
know Joe got it though.
Baby just making up fucking stories, bro. That's just funny to
Yeah,
me.
alright. Yeah, alright.
You probably got them DMs held up too. Like, motherfucker, don't try to front me.
Don't test me, Joe. Nah, I'm fucking with you. Send the
Nah,
rap.
bro, keep that shit in the DMs. I told you before. Anyways, the question of the week is what causes the hard spot in a stack of $10,000 bills? Let me know next week when y'all get back. Anyways, that's it for tonight. Thank you, everybody who was here from the start. Thank you, everybody that joined. I know some people get in here at the later hour and usually can only hit the second half of the card. Y'all show up every week, too. That shit is super cool, man. This space ended with more people than it started with. If you didn't get here from the beginning, Miranda Maverick was in here for about a half hour. It was like 25 minutes. It was a cool little interview talking about her upcoming fight. So I don't know. if you don't want to listen to the whole space because you heard enough, at least go check the interview. That was pretty cool. Anyway, Andrew, thanks for doing fucking Tail of the Tape tonight. Thank you to all the tape guys, whoever's left in here on the tape crew. Man, that shit is fucking the crazy coolest shit that this fucking space does. I can't even believe that we got a group of guys that break down fights on tape every week. Like, I think that shit is so sweet. So thank you to all you guys for
Hey, you
your
guys have
time.
a good night, man.
Do the same. Oh, check Kate out on if you
Combat
click
Lounge.
if
Shouts
you
out
yeah,
Combat
yeah, if
Lounge.
you click his page though, he's got a link to Combat Lounge, bro. Kate gets interviews, he does live media, he gets into Bellator. One day he'll probably get his ass into a bunch of UFC cards too. So if you get on his page now and get to know him, and hopefully he stays coming in here and you get to know him in here, bro, you'll be able to like know one of them big media guys in a couple years. Give him a follow. Anyways, thank you everybody. It ain't an
Hey,
award show.
thanks for the support, guys. I appreciate it. Like I said, man, do the same for the On Topic group if you're not. And you guys have a good night. I'll talk to you guys throughout the week, and obviously, hopefully next Tuesday.
Hey, you gonna get some
Later on,
content
boy.
with Ryan and Tank, or no, you just focus on MMA right now?
I got a guy that handles like one of my partners that handles most of the boxing shit. I honestly, baby, I love boxing. I don't got fucking. It's too much on one person to do both things, and I rather do MMA.
Say less.
Yeah, plus boxing been sold up everywhere for years, bro. People been on that shit. That's not an easy spot to get. Anyways, that's it, boys. We're done for tonight. Thank you everybody that came out. Thank you to everybody that re-listened all the way to this point. And if you found us on YouTube, that shit is extra sweet. Anyways, later on, I'm out.